what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes and change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and change your destiny. what you want to say, baby, when you alone into that gas night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Wednesday, January 29th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Sumaru City. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know. Don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic life form streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body, like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whatever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life. Whatever simultaneous simulacrum, simulation, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. How are you doing, chat? Oh, you know what I should do? I should try something. I want to see how you react, chat. Can I start a Q&A with a poll going? Oh no, that's me asking a question? What? I think it's supposed to be like, ask me a question. I don't know how this works. I'm gonna try it. All right, where does it go? Ask me a question. Oh my God, wait. It's making it so that I can't see chat though. That's not good. Omega Star, thank you for the super chat. I set my YouTube goal so early. I don't know how to use these either, but thank you. Nonetheless, we are 1/10 of the way there. Oh yeah, you're right. I think I didn't see that it was set for 30 minutes. Let's see. Open up that pop-out chat. There we go. So yeah, I don't know how these Q&A things work. I don't know how any of this works, chat. I'm just trying it all out. And you're right, Omega Star. I set it to be, what is it? We have 16 minutes left to hit that goal. I didn't really mean to do that, chat. I'm always impressed with you, so. But yeah, I think technically we have a Q&A going, which means, I think it means that you ask me a question and I give you an answer, unless I've got it backwards. Chat, have you been in other streams where people do the Q&A thing? I've literally never used it, and I'm curious. I just want to find out how it works. So, unexpectedly, Lonerbox is back, but maybe for a limited time only. It seems like some cans of worms got opened by a commentary streamer that Lonerbox wants to bring some closure to, and so he's got a lot to say, including some stuff about Destiny. And for anybody who is wondering, because he didn't out and out say it, like people read between the lines and you know, figured out that he hasn't been doing anything with Destiny lately, right? So people kind of figured it out, but he's now said it. He's let us know. You asked one. Wait, where does it show me the question? Oh, weird. If you ask Wait, I ask you questions? Is that how it works? Did I get it backwards? Wait, I don't see the question. Oh my god, is it supposed to... Let me try reloading this and see if it gives me... So yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about today. We've also got some TYT to go over.
Crystal SA, super chatted $5, helping
Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal. Yeah, a surprise, right? Thank you so much, Crystal Safira. Thank you for the super chat. As I'm trying to figure out how to use the basic tools of YouTube streaming, I should know how this works. Yeah, you asked one. Where do they show up, though? What if I go to channel? No, I can end Q&A. That's not what I'm trying to do. Huh. I don't know where they... I don't know how this is supposed to work, chat. Apologies. Question... Wait. If I go to questions, maybe it'll show up. Oh, there we go. Omega Star says, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? And what color is the sky? Carnegie Hall, you get there by the subway. And what color is the sky? It's purple. It's purple. But so it works. Yeah, I got the questions I found the questions. I had to look around for them a little bit. But yeah, thank you, Omega and Crystal Safira, for starting us off strong with this in the super chat department. The other thing that I want to talk, I kind of want to talk about this Laken Riley thing, right? I wasn't going to, because I had a rule to only talk about things that I thought I could affect, and obviously that act has passed, and it passed with a considerable amount of Democratic support, both in the House and in the Senate. In fact, John Fetterman showed up for the signing of the bill. He was so excited about the prospect of disappearing immigrants that he showed up for the Trump. He showed up for the Trump signing, the ceremony of like we hate immigrants. Yeah, Fetterman was there. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, but I am. I'm surprised and horrified. And there's another angle on the story where Trump has brought up Guantanamo as a place that he is eyeing as a black site for immigrants. I mean, it's getting really dark. And I want to talk about specifically the Democrats' culpability in all of this, right? Because Guantanamo has existed for a really long time. It is, in fact, a military base on an island whose politics we have tried to overthrow multiple times, who we still hold under sanctions, and who definitely do not want that military base there, but yet it remains. It remains there. It is still there. And it was there under Clinton prior to George W. Bush. It was used by George W. Bush, if you remember that far back, to essentially house people accused of terrorism without any real proof. And it became a nightmare for the Obama administration, when Obama promised to close down Guantanamo, and then which was a pretty popular campaign point that he made. And then when he gets into office, the Republicans are like, Barack Obama wants to send terrorists to Ohio. Barack Obama wants to send terrorists to Kansas City. Barack Obama wants to send terrorists to Kentucky. And he just he folded. He folded like a cheap chair on a crappy beach. I don't know. He folded like only Obama can. And, 8 years later, Guantanamo was not closed. And now Trump's talking about using it again, this time for immigrants. Look, if you don't want a fascist government, if you don't want to be the baddies, you as an American citizen gotta do all you can to get shit like Guantanamo Bay or any of the black sites that our country uses. Get that shit closed. I mean, that is just, you're going to end up in there one of these days. You know what I'm saying? When shit gets really bad, that is where they will, that is where they will put dissidents, okay? That thing should not remain open, and I can't believe that it has for so long. To the point where now Trump can use it. So anyway, yeah, that's going on. Just like some massive hypocrisy by the Dems. We also have RFK finally up for confirmation. He is one of the nominees that I guess could, like, I don't think he will, chat. I'm afraid he's gonna pass. I'm afraid we're gonna end up with listening to RFK's voice for 4 more years. Americans are safely the baddies. Oh wait, I gotta... Am I the baddie though for not putting chat on screen yet? No, I'm just the lazy for that. Or the ADHD, or yeah, I shouldn't call it laziness. It's executive dysfunction, chat. Are you enjoying my executive dysfunction? Here, let me look back to see if anyone else asked a question. Okay, I only got the 2 questions. So is that how this works? Is that how Q&A is supposed to work? Or is it like, am I supposed to ask you a question? Does anybody know? Like Nauru in, what, in Australia? All the rest are going to pass through, no doubt. Well, look, the 2 that are borderline, and I said I was going to try to talk about stuff that's borderline. I was going to try to talk about stuff that you know, had the best chance of maybe not passing or causing a scandal for the incoming administration. But yeah, I'm afraid you might be right, Will. I'm really afraid that you might be right. And our existing, yeah, prisons are already like gulags. Yeah, we warehouse the greatest percentage of our population. I say warehouse because, like, I feel like there's a lot of innocent people in our jails and prisons. I don't have any faith in our justice system, really. I mean, it would be nice if it could also affect those in high political positions, that they would also be bound to the law in some way when they grossly and obviously violated it, that they too would be subject to the justice system, but that's obviously not happening. Yeah, prisoner is hard enough. There's no need for outright torture. None of them have heat or AC. But yeah, we've also got a content nuke probably headed our way tomorrow. I shouldn't say that. Why do I believe Ethan Klein? Why do I believe what Ethan Klein says? Do you know what else Ethan Klein says, chat? He says that Markiplier is faking his voice. You know how Markiplier has that very luscious voice, that luscious man voice of his? Ethan says it's fake. Ethan says that Markiplier is really a squeaker, and he's just doing the voice. He's just putting on the voice for 20 years to trick us all. And this all stems from Markiplier unfollowing Ethan, and you could imagine why. You could imagine why Markiplier. Now, so if you don't do Twitter chat, and this sounds like petty, I mean, it is petty. You're right. But just so you understand the politics of following and unfollowing people, you know, Vosh got mad because some of the bigger YouTube creators didn't follow him. That's the origin story for some of his crash outs, like the famous Thought Slime. I think that's when Thought Slime unfollowed Vosh, but it's not really a big deal. If somebody unfollows you, I mean, you know, if they were, you know, if you're doing content with them, if you were planning on working with them, if they were like, you know, I guess that's bad, but it's pretty normal. Like, I've even had people, you know, follow me in the content world or unfollow me in the content world that I respect. And I don't jump to the assumption that, like, they are judging me or so, you know what I mean? I don't jump to that assumption. One of the things about Twitter is that the less people that you follow, or the lower the ratio of people you follow to people that follow you, the greater your reach is, right? So there's a lot of reasons that somebody could get unfollowed, including just like Twitter doing it accidentally. So yeah, I feel like that's something. If you're a content creator, if you're gonna be a content creator, make sure that you never take that shit too seriously, and definitely don't crash out over. I mean, it's the worst. This was the one criticism I had for Frogan, was that like I feel like Frogan would have been better off, just not saying anything about the unfollow from Ethan, right? But Frogan doesn't deserve the abuse that's been heaped on her since then. Not by a long shot. I mean, it's not like she's like a bad, immoral person for that. It's just, sometimes we give in to our impulses, and in that case, it's just not a good thing. But yeah, Ethan's doing it. Ethan's doing a whole stream apparently about, and I looked for some cue that maybe this was a shitpost, maybe this was a joke, maybe Ethan does not really think this, it's a meme. I don't know. Ethan's gonna bring on Markiplier and be like, ha ha ha, we don't really hate each other. It doesn't seem like it. It does not seem like it at all. Just spoiling for drama. That's true, Va. And here's the thing that's like, look, if I was his friend and I, for whatever reason, wanted his hit piece on Hassan to succeed, this is the last thing in the world that I would tell him to do. To do a fucking... To do it. He's calling it a content nuke. He's calling it a content nuke. On Markiplier over his fucking voice. I don't know, chat. Should we watch that? I'm almost thinking about adding that on, I don't know. I feel like we're going to get a content nuke from Ethan tomorrow, and that's why I was thinking maybe I'll cover it along with the 2-hour video. Yeah, I guess that's not a good idea. Oh, chat, I've got too much on my plate again, don't I? I always do this. This is the stuff I expected Ethan to stick to. Yeah, well, so here's the deal, though. If he wants any credibility, okay, he can't be, he can't be going after people all the time, right? What it makes it look like is that he's desperate for relevance. And he doesn't mean anything that he says. And he's just literally looking for anything and everything. If he can get people to watch his stream by saying, I'm going to expose Markiplier, and have people be like, what on earth has Markiplier done, right? Just out of morbid curiosity, what does Ethan think that he has on Markiplier, right? It makes your there's a cooldown, Ethan. It's like video games. There's a cooldown on that attack. You cannot spam that attack. What's up with the Vanguard versus Emma on AOC? Well, I mean, they didn't agree. They didn't agree, which is not to say that they were nasty to each other or they don't like each other or anything like that. They had a friendly disagreement. They had different ideas on AOC, and I thought it was an interesting exchange, because a lot of people in here have different ideas about AOC, so... Yeah, just so nobody thinks that there's some kind of beef going on. It's not that. It's not that at all. I just Camelback. Yeah, he wanted to do the content. Oh, you just came back. I misread your chat there. I thought you were saying something about. I was like, Camelback? What's the little water? Have you ever anybody hike? There's these little water pouches that go on your back, and they have like a tube that you can suck on while you hike, and it's called a Camelback. I guess some people use them for biking or cycling as well. Yeah, isn't he supposed to be dropping a hit piece on Hassan? Exactly. And so like it's just like the worst time to spam your attacks. Am I the only one who's actually looking forward to watching this so-called content nuke? I feel like, what Bad Empanada, I think, is looking forward to it. It sounds like maybe Dems is too. Dems has just been covering the Ethan drama since this happened. Yeah, he wants, the content, like, look, the content nuke on look, I don't know. The content nuke on Markiplier is straight up just like, dude is faking a low voice, which can you fake a low voice? If you don't have a low voice, can you fake anybody in chat know about this? CIA drone pilot says Lonerbox comes back to show us all. He's a lot more bothered by being called out for justifying genocide than being, well, no, I mean, he is upset with Mr. Epstein today, for the record. I don't know what kind of relative scale I could put that on.
Judge Grin, super chatted $9.99. Ethan attacking Hassan is predictable. Attacking Markiplier is desperate. It makes me think that maybe he doesn't have much on Hassan and needs a distraction to make up for it.
That's true. That's a possibility. That's a real possibility. I hadn't thought of this. Could this be strategic? Thank you for the super chat, Judge Grinch, and thank you for putting this idea in my mind. Okay, so yeah, he did get attention. He, like, Markiplier, last I checked, trending on Twitter, right? Markiplier's not putting out any new content. Markiplier's not making any moves. It's trending because Ethan, and nobody's like nobody's on there being like, oh yes, Ethan, you really caught Markiplier. I can't believe he was speaking to us with a fake voice. Nobody is saying that. Didn't Vosh say he spoke with a deeper than natural on purpose in order to have a more authoritative aesthetic? You know what? As many problems as I have with Vosh, I wouldn't care if he sounds different in person. Did anybody feel like lied to by a when a content creator, like, I feel like, okay, so I know this for a fact. In like YouTube, amongst YouTubers, I feel like playing up a certain aspect of your voice is pretty normal. I don't know, is there a different rule for streamers? Are you supposed to be I mean, I don't think that my voice is very different than it is in everyday life, but it could be. Subliminally, I could talk a little bit differently on stream than I do. I just don't think it's a big deal. I don't know how anybody does. People say this about Hassan too. In fact, I think Ethan has said this about Hassan. And Destiny, oh yeah, Destiny's the one that really gets hot and bothered by the idea that Hassan's voice. So the deal with Hassan is you can find videos of him talking into. Now he has the same mic as me right now, right? This is an SM7B. He used to have the mic that I used to have, which is a Blue Yeti. And with that Blue Yeti, I sound different, and he sounds very different. But it's not really a big deal. Even if Hassan consciously sits down at the computer and he's like, all right, time to get the stream voice on. I don't care. I don't know why anybody would care. But speaking in a fake deep voice is possible. Doesn't like every radio DJ do that? Isn't that, who's the guy, chat? Who's the guy? Can anybody tell me who the guy is? The guy that does the voice for Shaggy and Scooby-Doo, but he's also like he was like a radio DJ. And there's like really bizarre, like, what was it? Negative Land did a song with his voice where they got some outtakes. Like he's like complaining about doing a dedication for somebody. He's playing, like he has to play a happy song right after doing a dedication for somebody whose dog died. And he's like complaining about, anyway, chat. I think it's Casey Kasem. I think I'm thinking of Casey Kasem. That guy, do you think that's his real voice? Do you think that's his normal voice? Or is, where's Bob Carmody when you need him? Is he a Casey Kasem expert? Listening to Vosh brag about his overpriced ugly clothes is so cringy. A lot of people choose to alter their voices. It's normal in media. And if you're a public figure, yeah, especially YouTubers. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely Casey Kasem. That's okay. So what do you think? You think his name is real? You think he was born Casey Kasem? If so, hats off to the parents. You know what I'm saying? That's a good, your last name is Kasem. Great name for your kid. Casey. That's awesome. You did well. Unless there's some way that I'm not thinking of that you can turn the name into being about poop or be a crude sex joke, because then you will get shit for that in school. If your name can be turned into, you know, Poopy McPoopy Butt, you're gonna have a tough time in school. I wouldn't be surprised if there were some streamers, YouTubers who don't modify their accent to make it more palatable. Alex Jones sounds very different than he did when he first started. I don't know if I've heard early Alex Jones. He does Rush today. Rush Limbaugh. He's a former radio DJ who can do lots of voices. It's funny, because like the Shaggy voice is very high compared to... Oh, Bob Carmody is a former DJ who can do lots of voices. I didn't know that. That's really cool. That's a really cool ability to have. Imagine as long as Hassan and you make streams, or anyone making them hours long isn't pushing their voice for that. That's the other thing. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I don't know. How long does Markiplier stream? Is that a thing? Okay, do I have any more, like, questions? Oh, I have another question. Did I see the Vanguard interview with Crystal Ball? I haven't seen that yet. Oh wait, no, I've seen part of it. I believe, yeah, they put it out in segments, I think. Which part? I think I saw the part where they're talking about Sagar's relationship with JD Vance. I think that's the segment that I saw. Oh my god, this music is so good. We gotta jump into it, chat. Have I edged you for almost long enough? Alright, so you might have noticed this poll. Whoop! That poll. Oh wait. You might have noticed that poll. And you might have also noticed that we're at 20%. Wait, not 210%. Let's try that again. 20%. There we go. You're playing the remake? Now that Rebirth... Wait, so wait, which one? Is Rebirth the one that is like the original? Or is Rebirth the remake? I know. Well, that's what I was saying. I thought that's what you were pointing out earlier. Yup. That's a pretty silly goal. Should I do another one, chat? I mean, I've seen... The only person I've seen use these successfully... Here we go. Force Irene to admit she's actually pretty impressed with chat. Yeah, and with Diorio's stream, I think the cool part of the goals is that every time you hit the goal, it confetti. It's kind of like the Capogen. Can we do the Capogen, or just the Capogen? Maybe kind of little in this one. Capogen. There we go. Capogen. Yeah, it's just like some confetti comes out. It splorshes. Is splorsh a word I can use, or does splorsh evoke? Oh my god. There we go. Okay, there we go. There's another goal that's live. Rebirth is a sequel. Okay. Do another one? Yeah. I will. If for no other reason than for the fact that if we do end up hitting it, then it makes like it. Have you ever seen it? Confetti like falls on chat, so it's kind of, I don't know. It's aesthetically pleasing. That's the word I'm looking for. No offense to the ADHD girlies in chat, but I don't think Hassan can focus on doing a fake voice for 9 hours. That would be tough, wouldn't it? That would be really tough. But yeah, like I said, I made a poll. It's open, it's live in YouTube chat. 55 of you have voted so far. Of those 55, 47% are interested in seeing me cover TYT's take on Elon's heartfelt salute. Yeah, you know that one, the Nazi salute, right? One can only imagine what excuses we can come up for Elon as TYT. That's in first place. Second place, we got FD Signifier talking about DJ Academics. I don't know much about DJ Academics. I'm being introduced to this content creator by his inappropriate interaction with a 15-year-old. And many of you probably already know what I mean. The rest of you will see that if we end up picking FD Signifier on DJ Academics. In third place, we have more Dan Saltman sweeping for Destiny. I realized that we haven't... some shaky Gurga. Oh, thank you, and thank you for helping me show everybody how how the bonus... Wait, what am I trying to say? So look, Omega Star just super chatted. Not only did Omega Star super chat, but also said I pick one of the topics on here. Which topic? This one, TYT on Elon's salute. So what does that cause me to do? It causes me to turn Omega's super chat.
Crystal SA, super chatted $5. Firsties zany face.
Firsties? Besties. Thank you, Crystal Safira. It causes me to add 5% right there. And if you donate and you let me know in chat which of these topics you're supporting, I'll be happy to put your money where your mouth is as well and allow you to kind of manipulate the poll like you were some kind of Palpatinian politician in an evil space chamber of commerce, right? No, it doesn't have to be evil, okay? It doesn't have to be evil. Aw, thank you, Clayben. Thank you for being a member, for being a sponsor. What, that gets us up to 28%. Yeah, look at that. We're at 28% already. So, I mean, that's one aspect, is the dono goal itself, right? It's at 28%. If it gets to 100% by the end of the stream, I'll stay on a little later. I'll cover one of these topics. And if you let me know in chat when you donate, I will add your donation as a percentage to the overall vote total. The vote is going on YouTube. Make sure to vote if you haven't already, if you would like to. You can also like the stream while you're there, because that helps me out a lot and I appreciate it greatly. And yeah, this dono goal, it goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership like that, or if you gift memberships to other people, it also goes up if you support me on Throne or sign up for my Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, which I appreciate extra greatly, because Dan Saltman, Destiny, and Ethan Klein, they're going after Twitch, right? They're really going after Hassan, but they're not going to get Hassan. What they've done instead is made life very difficult for political streamers such as myself. So yeah, when you support me on Twitch, I appreciate it extra because that's the only way I get paid for being on Twitch at all. And it probably frustrates. No, I'm not going to delude myself into thinking that Dan Saltman is watching and is like, I hope no one subs. I mean, he could be. We don't know that he's not. It's I guess possible that Dan Saltman is out there hate watching me right now and just like I hope my demonetization strategy works and that she doesn't get compensated for streaming on Twitch. And then every time a sub comes through, he's like, drat, curses foiled again. And he has one of those mustaches, like, right? He's got one of those evil dude mustaches. He twirls it. He's like, haha, she will not get any support because now there's no motivation since the ads are not a thing. There's no motivation for anybody to support her on Twitch. I don't know, chat. I don't know. More like Dan Salty Man. I mean, he is a salty dude. That is one of his most obvious qualities. That's how straight men cheer, is whoop whoop whoop. I don't know. I've never been much for team sports or water sports for that matter, but that's getting to, I mean, that is obviously just a matter of personal preference. Nothing more. Anyway, chat, I'm just saying, like, skiing looks scary. Water skiing looks really scary. What are we doing? We're going to be talking about Lonerbox today, but before we get to Lonerbox, I want to give a shout out to all of you who support me on Patreon. I appreciate you very much, and especially towards the end of the month when I have to consider what the fuck is going to happen now that, chat, my other roommate is moving out. I don't know what's going on. I'm hoping the landlady will give me like 1 month of, I'm going to have to find roommates and I'm going to have to find them fast. That's what I'm going to do after this. But anyway, let me thank my patrons. Everyone that supports me on Patreon gets access to my videos before they come out. You get the access to them often with no censorship, right? All the curse words, all the bad words that might get me in trouble with YouTube are left in place. And you get them quick. You get them before anybody else does. Everybody at the $5 or higher level, I give a fancy shout out to. So let me do those right now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe No Ape. Shouts out to Magoggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Go, Queer Craigslist? Huh. I might give that a try. Who knows? That sounds like a good idea. If I'm luckily I'm not in Texas at the moment. I fucking hate this because, like, the rent situation is locking me down to the US. Like, to be able to get out of the US, I need to be able to save up enough money to get a place, to put my stuff in storage, to do a bunch of stuff, basically. That's a long list. It's getting kind of long. Maybe I should do it the way the Vanguard does it, where I just show the list. But anyway, I've been edging you for long enough. Let's get to the content now. This is Lonerbox. He's back. There's 2 versions of this video. The one that I've got is him talking on it's just his VOD. I think there's also a video. See, I never know what to do with this, right? Because on one hand, his video is going to be shorter than whatever's on the VOD, but on the other hand, sometimes people say more than they mean to. Sometimes there's something worth going to the VOD for, so I don't know, let's give the VOD a try. What do you say? What do you say? What say you, chat? Shall we proceed?
Mostly, there are just some kind of like loose ends going on. Some of them are maybe a bit more serious than others. Some of them are just completely trivial, like mostly the stuff concerning me. So I just want to address a few things, and these are mostly things that Pxie would sign off on as well. So hopefully, going forward, some of you guys can have a bit more clarity and something to reference going forward. So, as for Destiny, well, now I imagine you guys know why we're not talking. I learned what happened regarding him and Pxie and everyone else about mid-December, I think, maybe a little bit after things got
Is he too quiet?
Kiwi Farms. But if you don't know,
Do we need to throw some gain on the box? That sounds like, oh my god, chat, everything that I'm saying, it sounds like a double entendre.
The story, in about,
oh no, he's loud enough, right?
I learned that, first of all, before that, I learned that there was a leak that some of Stephen's intimate videos and images had gone online. Apparently someone...
Yeah, that's one way to say it. That almost takes the agency away from it.
...that he was messaging got their security compromised, either by someone they know or by a hacker. Not too sure. And...
Look, I don't care if it was a hacker. That kind of he passed it along to one person. That's too many. All right.
Yeah, a bunch of his videos got spread on Kiwi Farms. He was a victim of revenge porn. Then I later learned that some of these videos...
He was a victim of revenge? Oh, come on. Okay, look. I don't want to get into the discussion of the Sunday and the muck that all the other streamers were rolling around in as far as whether this constitutes revenge porn or not. Regardless, it constitutes a very fucked up thing to do to somebody that you care about. A fucked up thing to do to anybody. A violation is what it is. Oh, sweetheart cat. Thank you. Sweetheart's cat.
Included other people who apparently... it's not apparently, who did not give consent for those videos to be shared. One of whom was Pxie. So, Stephen was sending videos.
Jen says he goes hard on mute.
Of Pxie's intimate images, like sex acts, without her consent to other people. So, I've got that information before the end of the year. And
I mean, you can see how Destiny's PR farm works through this. The idea that we're focused on we're focused on the separation between Destiny and the person who ultimately leaked these to the internet, rather than what somebody entrusted with other people's intimate videos should do, which is not leak it to anyone without their consent ever. Yeah, the framing starts off in a way that's very friendly to, and Destiny's still getting cooked. Destiny's still getting cooked with this like optimum framing that he's able to get. Lonerbox was Destiny's biggest cheerleader. Oh yeah, for sure. Who was happy to claim children deserve to be, he made excuses over the sniper bullets that ended up in children's brains in Gaza. As soon as he personally affected, he plays the victim. I have no sympathy for this monster. Yeah, and the funny thing about Hassan always brings this up, right? So when Hassan first started, people were bringing up Lonerbox. Hassan would be like, "Oh yeah, I like Lonerbox. Lonerbox is good," and they were like, "He's, saying shit about you," and he's like, and Hassan was still like, "Okay, well, you know what? He's good on the issues. Like, I like his take on Gaza." And then chat's like, "I don't think you know what his take on Gaza is," and Hassan's like, "Sure, I know what his take on Gaza is. I saw a video essay of his," and Hassan doesn't realize it, but he's thinking of a 3-year-old, 4-year-old video essay, and he's assuming that Lonerbox's take on Gaza is the same. Spoiler, it's not. So Lonerbox is somebody who's a lot of his opinions started changing when he got clout and traction from Twitch politics, from Lauren Southern, and from Destiny. A lot of that shit. Yeah, and nobody really noticed because Lonerbox, I mean, I guess he, was a decently popular video essayist, but just there wasn't as much attention on him. And so like when he slid into a very different group of takes on I don't think just Gaza, I think it was like on everything. Chat, I can remember having a positive impression of Lonerbox. And it was the same reason that Hassan did. All I had seen was a video essay that was like, okay, that's pretty good. And didn't even think of like how old it was. But yeah, I noticed that when he started working with Lauren Southern, I mean, he would be mad at me for saying that. He would be like, I debated Lauren Southern. I didn't work with Lauren Southern. I'm not on her side. I don't agree with Lauren Southern. Whatever. You're doing content with her. I don't care. It's even worse. Like, if you... Destiny's guilty of this too. I guess Lonerbox is less so than Destiny. Did he become a reactionary or is he a grifter? I guess, we can't really know, Sweetheart's Cat. We can't know for sure. He was reasonable on Israel-Palestine a year or so ago. I think it was a little bit more than a year or so ago. But yeah, since he's been hanging out with a place where it's just like, let me just be straight up with you, all right? Destiny created Twitch Bowl, or rather, it grew up in his. He was the tallest tree in the forest, right? Everything, all of the ecosystem, like was a factor of him being the biggest streamer there, and as such, it was decidedly uncool to be decidedly left wing. Lonerbox, in terms of his video essays, could kind of be put in that box. And I guess he didn't want to be uncool. There's a social pressure that goes on amongst streamers, right? And sometimes it feels like it's downright manipulated. I would say that Twitch politics was one of those places where like the example I always give is that there was a Discord server that was built for Twitch political streamers to meet each other and maybe hook up for collabs, right? Sounds like a good thing. Yeah, they need that, right? There's a lot of political streamers. You go back to 2021, there's a lot of political streamers on Twitch. There should be a Discord for them. Okay, that's great. That's true. But not if the Discord is run by a guy who's known for his other Discord, which is like 75% Nazis. Not if it's run... not if his second in command is a editor for Lauren Southern, and not if the third in command is apartheid anime girl herself. That was the group of people that put together and gatekept the Twitch politics Discord, which really became like, who is allowed in polite society. And being lefterly, as Eris used to say, was decidedly uncool and would get you blacklisted, as I experienced, right? So, Lonerbox doesn't want to get blacklisted. He wants his career to go up, up, up. How do you get your career to go up? When you've got like far right people controlling the most important social space for streamers. That's right, by blending in, and that's what he did. Can't get over apartheid anime girl. I mean, I will admit I did not come up with that name for aristocracy myself. I think that was Bad Empanada, and it just stuck. It perfectly describes her. Lauren Southern is a character from Narnia, but I can't remember who. Oh no. Twitch political streamers can have a lot of toxic people. It was maybe more so back in the day, I guess. I know some people on Twitch. I don't want everybody to think when I say Twitch politics, I don't mean to imply every political streamer on Twitch. There was a very selected group, and it's less of a cohesive thing now, right? It was all kind of centered around Destiny, and so since Destiny is out of there, that group of people are nowhere near. I mean, I guess they probably still run the Prime Kai panel, but that's about it. I don't know if anybody watches the Prime Kai panel. Did you know there was a Prime Kai panel? Yeah, that's right. Prime Kai is still doing panels. Dylan Burns, occasionally, still trying to relive the glory days of the hippy dippy. But yeah, this is these are days past at this point. Just never was a fan of Twitch politics anyway, as opposed to more traditional liberal YouTubers who put out daily videos. Yeah. I mean, there was something in the water with Twitch, I swear to God. And like, I mean, that's what I think it was. I think it was a conscious attempt to kind of intellectually capture. There was a lot of lefty streamers, on somewhere on the left. And the problem is they just weren't, they were kind of hapless. I gotta say, they weren't paying attention to what was going on. They weren't aware of whose social space they were entering into, and they didn't realize this sort of, social force that was being exerted on them. They didn't notice that they were getting intellectually captured. And soon they're in a space where it's like, oh, are you one of those lefterlies? Ha ha ha. We love our lefterlies, don't we? You could tell they do not, in fact, love their lefterlies. Aristocracy had so much pull. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, she was in with, well, I mean, she had the pull that Aristocracy had came from her association with the admin to the largest political Discord, I think, at the time. Like, just largest political. It was so large, they just called it the Politics Discord. It was a very innocuous name. And she was apparently friends with this guy. But she would also sort of make tracks over to like Vosh and Destiny. So she made friends with people, and Dylan, yeah, I guess Dylan too. She made friends with people who were on the left, and because she knew so many people, she was so friendly. In fact, she was friendly to me at one point as well. Nobody really examined like what side of the political spectrum is she on, and it turns out she comes from a very, very far right place. Oh, I haven't ever heard Dylan talk about Israel-Palestine. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously I had a pretty bad experience with Dylan, but I try to, not assume the worst about anyone. When did the hippy dippy go downhill? All I remember is when President Sunday left one. It was way before that. It went downhill since the last time I was on it. No, just kidding. It was very popular when he was doing he did like the debate championships. Like, right, he had like, I think it was like Vosh versus Destiny one time. It was like Demon Mama versus Vosh one time. Yeah, 2022 maybe is a estimate about when it started to fall off. But yeah, even Lonerbox quitting streaming video blamed Hassan. Now he says that he didn't. I listened to that carefully, and I'm just not sure. Like, I don't know. Did I get him out of context? Because I really thought I heard him say that. Yeah, well, it wasn't Hassan. Here's what he said, if I remember correctly. He said that there was a lot of harassment coming from Bad Empanada's video, and he would have been able to handle Bad Empanada and the deprogram by themselves, but because Hassan kept on watching Bad Empanada talk about Lonerbox, he had his, let's just say he had his, Hassan gave a lot of people on the left a very bad first impression of Lonerbox. One that they're probably not going to get by. Like, if you care about, what's happening in Gaza, you're probably, and the first thing you see of Lonerbox is him making excuses for snipers, shooting children. I mean, yeah, he's kind of cooked, right? So that was, but like, I guess if you listen closely, that's just part of a laundry list that he's rattling off. I don't know, chat. Maybe should I look for the you want to see the? See, I feel like if I get the, I know I can find a, I can find like a Twitter, thread of Loner, or I think I can. I don't know. Twitter's a mess these days. Lonerbox. I think I can find. Okay. Yeah. Let's take a look at this. The thing I'm worried about though is that he claims he was taken out of context, and like what's Oh wait, that's from okay. That's more recent. Okay, so it looks like a lot of people are oh, here we go. Here we go. I don't know who this account is, but they put up a lot of good content.
It's a little bit frustrating that the psycho smear campaign against me has kind of succeeded, and it's basically
okay. Well, he would definitely say that was out of content text, but those are the words that he said, right? And it was around the time that he was explaining why he's quitting streaming. But I mean, he's claiming that he never said that Hassan chased him off or bad empanada. I don't know, Chad. I mean, it's
a little bit frustrating that the psycho smear campaign against me has kind of succeeded, and it's basically all because of Hassan being willing to platform it.
I mean, the psycho smear campaign succeeded. So I mean, I guess, yeah, he doesn't say this is why I'm quitting streaming. He says it's a little frustrating. He does blame the smear campaign, the psycho smear campaign, succeeding on Hassan Piker, in that he goes on to say that like Bad Empanada and Deplatform, their audiences he doesn't care about, but that Hassan Piker is able to suck in enough sock Dems to where he cares about what is said about him on Hassan's stream in a way that he would not about others. Let's see what this is.
I think maybe the argument you could make also, if we're talking about Hassan, fucking hell, the last time I was on Hassan's stream, I was streaming while I was watching Hassan's. He was watching the UN. He was watching the UN condemnation of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And the Chinese person was speaking, and Hassan's chat went fucking ballistic, like China simping. Like
his chat loves China. They started waving their little red books around. Is there anything else that we can find? Yeah, because like I don't know, chat. The other option is to actually go back to the oh yeah, we're kind of going back in history a bit here. Remember this?
You're coming off like a fucking prick.
I've answered every question you
haven't
me.
answered any of them.
Really?
You fucking dodged them.
Okay.
You've rephrased them. You fucking skipped back. It's all fucking recorded.
Okay.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Wait, is Pxie also British or does Loner live in the US now?
Oh, you know, we're gonna watch more. He does not confirm any sort of relationship between himself and Pxie. In fact, he says that they're friends. So I don't know. Like, chat, I never saw the evidence that they're in any kind of relationship. I guess I just jumped to that conclusion because it was what everybody else was saying. I'm gonna question that now, though. I guess we don't know that there was a relationship between himself and Pxie other than, you know, a friendship. But thank you for the super chat. Yeah, she's definitely not British. I think she's American or Canadian, maybe. I think American.
So if
Other
they
people
knew,
will pick this apart. Hi, Destiny, if you're fucking watching it. I know you're a fucking waiting room. What's up, Big D?
so
Maybe
if
I'll
they
fucking
knew,
talk to you about this sometime.
if they
Fucking-
knew,
you're the mini boss, right?
if they
I gotta
knew that
beat
the
you to go
ratio,
up to the
if they
fucking
knew
real guy?
the
This man's ego knows no bounds.
yeah, keep telling your chat
How
that
many
you're,
coins
you
pop
forgot.
out of you when I
hang
fucking
on.
win this
Tell the
debate?
tell the chat I'm getting
get,
owned
like,
again.
fucking
They're
a
gonna.
I mean, because it's Lonerbox, I low key appreciate it.
I get like
You should tell.
400
Hey,
little
wait,
coins.
hang on. Tyler's chat.
Can
I'm
I
getting
buy a
owned right now,
diamond
just in
pickaxe?
case you forget.
Nobody knows.
Sorry, I was going to ask you if they knew that it was going to be 37 to out of 40. Would it be justified then if they knew?
It wasn't 37 out of 40, by the way. That's
for
still made up.
For the
It's
deaths.
37 out of like 2,400.
No, for the
So,
deaths. Like,
let's
okay,
circle the whole
let's say,
fucking all
no,
the
no, wait,
people.
wait, don't,
The
wait.
casualty numbers in the thousands,
Wait. If,
Are we?
okay,
So we're doing it again. We're excusing the fucking
if it was
injuries.
okay, extrapolate is that
somebody
ratio.
lost an eye.
Okay,
Someone's bleeding to death. Fuck that.
If they knew,
give me the
okay.
2,000. Give me the 2,000. I want you to say it.
All right, let's say they.
37
Let's
out
say
of
they.
2,400.
Okay,
say it.
that's not how any of that works.
Lonerbox, say 37 out of 2,400.
No, that's a false stat. That's not a true stat. You fucking idiot.
Ratio. Why is yours right?
That's not a
Why
true
is yours
stat.
right? You're because the Israelis said, I don't know if you know this, guys, but fucking October 7th happened. They need to kill some fucking kids. I'm good. I'm not going to mention any of these fucking injuries. I'm not going to say any of the shit. I fucking come out against every fucking dead child we talked about. Every fucking civilian casualty.
I'll just ask the question again when you're done, okay? I'll just hang on, okay?
America it was not justified in killing any civilians in Iraq, which I participated in. I live with the guilt of that. It's disgusting that we killed any fucking civilians at all in that.
Anyway, completely unrelated. They're talking about I believe the Lebanon pager attack at that point. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find any more. I don't think we're going to find any more context. I just want to give him like a proper reading because I know he claims that people misrepresented what he actually said as far as blaming Hassan for his departure from content. But I mean, he definitely is. I mean, he does admit to be a little bit annoyed by the quote unquote psycho harassment campaign caused by bad input on his videos, and that those videos would not have been shit had they not been platformed by Hassan.
We know exactly what to do about it. But the decision that was made pretty quickly between me and Pxie was just to not draw attention to it because most of what was going on with those leaks had drawn attention to other people and other things. So the idea was between me and Pxie was that that talking about this publicly would only draw further attention to it. So, and that's even if it was vague posting. We kind of agreed as well that even vague posting about it would result in, because of Kiwi Farms and their schizo speculations about me and Pxie that have been going on for quite a few months, most of which are inaccurate, that even me talking about it vaguely would have drawn attention to her, which we didn't want. So I made the decision to quietly distance myself from Destiny. You can tell that's why between December and now, I think I maybe reacted to a couple of clips, didn't really mention him all that much, didn't really didn't ever go in his stream.
So yeah, he was apparently going to just back away.
And that was the way I was going to approach it for that time being. This obviously became progressively frustrating because on one end, I've got people in my community being like, why aren't you talking to Destiny about this? Why don't you talk to him about this? Oh, he's got this take wrong. You should jump in and fight with him about this or react to this video. So that got a bit irritating. On the other end, I've got people who are kind of getting a whiff of what's gone on, but they're also...
Oh my god, chat. I did the goal wrong again. That's what Omega Star was telling me. Holy shit. I thought Omega was talking about the first... Oh my god, chat. Okay, wait. So if I want this thing to work, right, the goal that we want is to make the confetti... Make the confetti go boom. We want to make the confetti go boom, then I've got to set it for longer than 30. I just got so ADHD. I didn't even see that I said it. Is the genocide guy back? Yeah, for a limited time only in POG form.
Embellishing the story. They're also adding a lot of interpretation to it that's not necessarily true. And then seeing that appear in my comment section, and accusations of sweeping are starting to come up, like accusations of running cover for Steven are coming up, especially given that it's someone that I care quite a bit about involved in it as well. So that's going on. And then I also, so every year, for those of you who don't know, Destiny's community does like an awards ceremony thing where they do like the meme of the year, debate of the year, etc. One of them is ally of the year, and I won that. I learned about it after I won it, so I was like, yeah, this is getting a bit uncomfortable. All these things going on under the surface while I'm trying to stream and do my thing. And that on top of just a few kind of like underlying personal issues that I was having that have really lasted probably a few years and haven't really addressed it, just a lot of things at once was just becoming a bit too much. So I decided that I wanted to.
There we go. Hopefully that works.
That was where I was. There was no primary reason. This obviously didn't help. Like having to deal with all this behind the scenes was not very, was a bit of a pain in the ass, but it was also on top of other things that I probably won't talk about until a little bit later. But unfortunately, on that little stream where I announced I was taking a break, and a moment of weakness.
I was just doing a little stream. I announced I was going to take a break, a moment of weakness.
I shouldn't have done this. Someone in chat was saying, hey, you and Destiny make a really good team. Like maybe.
Oh, so that's why I didn't pick up. I didn't actually pick up on the Destiny thing. Maybe it's because it was, you had to read chat.
You guys should do more content together. And I just went, no. I shouldn't have said that. I should have just ignored the comment. Because that was apparently enough. Turns out that I was right. That little vague post was enough to put that under the microscope of people like Bad Empanada and Mike from Pxie.
Bad Empanada and his microscope. His evil, evil microscope.
And ultimately Hassan. So that was nasty. They obviously started spreading a narrative about why I was taking a break and completely changed like every single detail of what was going on. They said I was quitting. They said I was trying to blame Hassan for it.
I mean, technically that's what you said. Even if you're not quitting forever, even if you're taking a step back.
Which I never did. You can go and watch if you want. And then they tried to...
Oh, we will, Lonerbox.
Say that I had been cheated on, that I was covering for the guy who like I'd been cheated on with. Like, just none of this is true. Okay, none of that's true.
Wait, what?
I stayed quiet because Pxie wanted me to. Okay, and I
still Team Destiny. I'm not sure. My understanding of Lonerbox's stance now is that he's done with Destiny, and he's been done with Destiny. Right when he realized what happened to Pxie, he took a step back. He wasn't going to say anything. Now he's kind of accidentally, reacted. Somebody's like, do content with Destiny. He's like, fuck no. So now that the cat's out of the bag, he's willing to admit, yeah, no, I'm definitely not doing anything with Destiny. Fuck that guy. But given the position that he's occupied in DGG, I strongly suspect he's going to try to kind of capitalize on some of those disaffected fans, right? And he's in the perfect spot for that. People somewhat see him as a victim of Destiny, right? Especially those who are dead set on, assuming that there is some sort of relationship between him and Pxie. So, him coming back and just saying, yeah, like, what Destiny did was fucked up is maybe advantageous, right? So I mean, like, I don't believe him when he says that it's not about the Bad Empanada Hassan thing. I'll try to watch it if we have time. A lot of people are still Team Destiny, just waiting for it to blow over. A lot of fans, yeah. Oh yeah. Like I said, people live their lives in that offline chat. All right, it's.
I respected that wish. Then, from what my understanding is completely unrelated, this event, President Sunday puts out a video where he has a very surprising amount of access to DMs between Pxie and Steven, between Pxie and Erudite, between, like, he has access to a lot of that. And we know now why he does have access to all that. I'll get to that in a bit.
I'm trying to remember what the final, was it Straighteraid that was feeding him with screenshots?
Then after all that, but under the scenes, Pxie is throughout this entire time not really sure what to do. She's considering going public. She's considering trying to resolve things behind the scenes. I think it kind of becomes evident that that's not really happening at some point. But because President Sunday puts out this video, which is full of leaked DMs, some of which are out of context, and painting Pxie in a very, very unfair and I would actually argue defamatory light, I think she ultimately felt like her hand was forced and then decided to go public. None of these events are coordinated. They were not planned. I don't really think, well, as far as I know, I didn't plan for Pat and Panada and Mike from PA to jump on me like that. I had no idea what Sunday happened.
Nobody plans for Mike to jump on them.
Until the very last minute, until on the day. So that's kind of the sequence of events. Just a massive constellation of bullshit from every side of the internet. Obviously, most of these people all have only one agenda, and it's that they hate Destiny and they want to destroy him. I really don't think.
Okay, so I mean, like I do agree with him that I wasn't a fan of how Sunday painted Pxie, and look, does Destiny deserve his downfall? 100%. But Sunday being the messenger for that, it's like, it's not ideal. It's not ideal, given how clear Sunday has been in his disdain for Destiny and his community. It makes it easy for them to just say, yeah, guy's a hater. Because he is a hater. And he does seem, at times, more interested in seeing Destiny's downfall than he does in what is going on with Pxie, like what's going to happen to Pxie, right? So, I mean, I don't think he came away looking great, and a lot of people have, have pointed this out, and, to the extent that DGG is trying, I mean, he gave them a argument. It's not a good argument. It's not a fair argument. I think that the stuff with Destiny is still obviously bad, regardless of who it's coming from. But he did give them an easy way out if they want to just point to like, oh yeah, this is like from that hater guy. I mean, he hates Destiny and he hates Erudite. It's like his number one character trait. So yeah, he's got a couple points here.
Bad and Panada or President Sunday or any of these people care about the victims involved because they didn't ask. They didn't ask before talking about this. They knew that these people might have reasons to want to keep this quiet for now.
Yeah, and when we heard that conversation between Nick and Sunday, it did sound way too content-headed for the fact that they're talking about a situation in which real harm has been inflicted on somebody, and they're not doing good. Pxie was not doing good.
Oh, they ignored it. All the same, as for Stephen's actions, obviously, sharing people's intimate footage without consent, especially to someone that you don't know or haven't met in person. And apparently also, I don't know how to say apparently, but it's 99% from where I am, recording intimate acts without consent. Like, in both cases, these actions are completely
true, B.
Just unacceptable, disgusting, cunt thing to do. There are other people who obviously are still going to watch Stephen's content, and maybe one or two people who still want to make content with him. I'm not really judging them. If you want to separate the art from the artist and all that, that's all you do you, okay?
Separate the art from the artist. Oh my God. I wanted to give him credit for a more unequivocal disavowal, but separate the art from the artist is not... Like, it just implies that his contribution is unique and valuable. And the fact that you think that, Lonerbox, that does not speak well of you.
I don't really care. But from where I am, I don't really want anything to do with Stephen ever again, I don't think. There is a world where, people face justice and there's rehabilitation or they learn from their mistakes and everything. But I just...
Look, chat, as far as I've seen, rehabilitation seems to be something that comes with privilege. And in terms of, like, I really don't like using language that is Wait, what does the stream actually say? Oh my god, chat, I'm tripping here. Just gotta make sure that the stream is... There we go. Oh, thank God, thank God. I thought I still had my last stream name set. What the fuck was I saying? Something kind of important, I thought.
From where I am, I'm not really interested. And his behavior following that, although I have only seen snippets of it, but based on what I've seen following that, it's I don't imagine that's going to change anytime soon.
Rehabilitation, yeah. So like rehabilitation would be great if we employed it in, I don't know, the criminal justice system. It would be great if our laws weren't so intent on locking up the greatest number of people for the longest possible time and ruining their life as much as possible, regardless of the gravity of their offense. That would be fucking sick. I would love that. That's what rehabilitation, that's what that discourse is about. But it's weird how centrists and libs, and yes, even right-wingers, take rehabilitation. When it comes to criminal justice, they don't want to see any of that shit, right? You know, you lose your right to vote, you lose your right to have a job, you're fucked, right? You know, they're tough on crime. But then when it comes to the euphemistic use of rehabilitation, when we're talking about, okay, well, there's a person that I used to like that I now know something really bad about, but he's saying that you believe in rehabilitation, they'll appeal to, you know, anybody on the left, be like, you agree with rehabilitation, and like, so therefore we gotta just pretend like it never happened. Give Destiny another chance, because that's rehabilitation. Is letting you know, it's something that's only ever successfully invoked by people with a lot of privilege in the first place, to people without a lot of power. Nobody's giving like rehabilitation to, you know, somebody on the other end of that spectrum.
Anyway, there are unfortunately some misconceptions going on around all of this, because now everyone has a hold of it. Everyone has a hold of the story. Everyone's making their content about it. And giving their hot takes. So, let's have a start. One.
Ziggy Lynch super chats $5. Voting for TYT. Take on Musk salute. Also, find joy wherever you can. Stay strong, comrades. Organize now while we still can. Trans rights. Sorry it didn't automatically read your super chat, so I gave you the... It did the sound, but it just didn't read it. Either way, Ziggy, thank you for the super chat, and I will add that to TYT.
One of which is this. So now, just so you guys know, Pxie has gone public. She has a legal fund. She's pursuing justice. I think a few other people are coming forward with that as well, with legal complaints. I know Cherry is at least one other one, maybe a third one. Anyway, it's quite big. If you want to learn about all the details about who said what in every DM and everything, go watch someone else. Okay, I'm not going to give you the entire scoop here. There's one accusation here.
No, Mark Gold. I believe it's from a French show called, it's like a French-Canadian show called Monsieur Bricolage. Have you ever seen it? Monsieur Bricolage?
Which is that Pxie only wants money. Okay, this has come from, at least this is one of Destiny's logs in his DGG chat. This is also an accusation that's been made by President Sunday as well. Neither of them seem to have mentioned that as part of this, talking about what kind of penance can be paid for what happened to Pxie, because obviously her trust was violated in a pretty egregious...
It's not reading people's super chat. Davy Cliff super chatted $4.99. Lonerbox versus Fuentes lover. See, I'm pretty sure the chat lady would say Fuentes instead of Fuentes.
Just way. She did offer that if money was paid, if that was like the solution to this issue, like it could go to charity. She was okay with that. She offered that. This is her DM, I think, to Kyla. I don't think if Stephen faces consequences, he will change and he will do this again. If he wants, he can donate the money to some charity or organization. I just think that other than jail, or even more than jail from the studies I've read, money is the strongest reinforcer and losing it is the strongest punishment. I do not believe he will...
Good question, advisory. Look, I feel like I thought that was true. That was what everybody was saying. Lonerbox, I think, is going to later say that, you know, he was friends with Pxie. That's all we need to know, and it's none of our business. So I'll, you know, respect him in that, right? I don't think we know that. I don't think we know 100% that there was anything more than friendship between him and Pxie. And yeah, it's not our business.
Stop his actions unless he faces some kind of punishment. So that was the idea, right? So she did offer that this money could go to charity. And what's interesting is that when President Sunday made his video about all this, he didn't mention that. He deliberately omitted it. He had it, but he wanted...
Wait. Okay, wait. Where is this? Pxie and the people behind her just want money, so there's no point in going after the hacker. He's probably some broke loser anyway, so they aren't even mentioning him. Wait. So Pxie, I wish they'd show the receipts, but this is claiming that Pxie wanted Destiny to lose money, but instead of even wanting any of the money to go to her, which I wouldn't fault her for either, if she, you know, she should get paid, considering what she's had to deal with. But this person is saying that Pxie specifically wanted the money to go to charity. She wasn't as interested in getting anything from Destiny as she was in taking something from Destiny, and in her words, making sure that Destiny felt some pain from this financially and did not, you know, do so again lightly.
Extortion, okay? He wanted to accuse her of extortion, which is, I mean, I would argue that's defamatory.
So
that's a really insane...
Sunday's explanation for the extortion thing is that he was talking about the legal definition of extortion. He wasn't making a moral judgment over Pxie's actions. Like, I mean, he's tried to kind of backpedal a little bit, and I'm not sure how much people are buying that.
Insane, irresponsible thing to say. Yeah, we'll get more into Sunday's video later, but my God, like that was just, it's such an obscene...
Yeah, not as far as I know. I don't think anyone knows who the supposed leaker is, or even if the leaker is 100% not the person that Destiny sent it to.
Thing to say, especially when you've got evidence to the contrary. In terms of being mad at particular people, I will never, for the life of me, understand why Aaron Straighterade thought it was a good idea to share those messages with President Sunday, because
it was Straighterade. It was Straighterade. Okay.
Aaron was getting messages between Destiny and Steven and Pxie and Erudite, and then she decided to send all of these screenshots to President Sunday, who I guess she trusted as a friend. That's the charitable interpretation. She trusted as a friend to give her advice or whatever. But can you just imagine knowing Sunday's motives and his state of mind, like trusting that level of sensitive information with the most graceless human cumsock on the internet? It's like you might as well have given the nuclear codes to a 3-year-old.
Wait, Sunday's the cumsock?
as long as I live, understand that decision. It's insane to me. Anyway, I guess what's happened now that it's in the eyes of the public and public creators, people are obviously taking it upon themselves to deliver internet mob justice in the way that they think is the most appropriate. So I want to cover at least a few of those people because I think some people have been treated incredibly excessively due to this, which is obviously going to happen. Mob justice is not necessarily fair. It's kind of the problem with it. Dan being one of them, there was, in President Sunday's video, he posted, I think it was President Sunday's or Beckett's, I can't remember. They're all the same to me at this point. They showed what was supposed to be like a draft of Pxie's statement. And in it, she mentioned something about Dan telling her not to talk about this publicly. Okay? Now, there's a very good reason, and Pxie will say this as well, there's a very good reason that is not in her final statement. Pxie did not want to attack Dan as she went public about this, okay? She chose not to. She thought about it at first and chose not to. And the reason she chose not to is because Dan did not do anything, like, behind the scenes, I don't think Dan did anything particularly wrong. Like, he spoke to Pxie once, I believe.
Yeah, everything that Dan did wrong was done in full view of everyone on his and Destiny's Twitch channel.
And it was after
Dan Saltman did not, in fact, hide his shame in the shadows.
Heard from me that I was worried about her. And obviously they live in the same city. They live in Miami. He maybe has better like advice or opinions than I do regarding American stuff and like stuff that might be criminal or legal or whatever. So yeah, that's the only circumstance under which Dan spoke to her. Now, Dan, I think, did suggest that it would be a bad idea for her to go public, but the fact is,
oh, I see what he's doing. So he's not blowing up Dan. He's selectively, he's stepping away from Destiny, but he's selectively going easy on certain people around Destiny. Yeah, he wants to fill that vacuum. I think that's what he's going for.
Quite a lot of us did. Okay.
Remember, like, he claims that this was not his primary motivation, but we heard him say that he was frustrated by the so-called what did he call it, like a psycho smear campaign from Bad Empanada that was then being signal boosted by Hassan. And I think that the way that he describes it makes it sound like he was like, hey, I have got no more chess moves to make. I'm done. Like, there's nowhere I can go from here. Right? Like a whole bunch of people, when Hassan watched Bad Empanada, just got the first impression of me as a monster. And those are, include a non-insignificant number of sock Dems, which is, I guess, who he is who he is targeting as his audience.
Okay, a lot of Pxie's very close friends did. Not because we wanted to protect Stephen from the public knowing about these claims, because it was to protect her, right? And she felt this as well. Pxie was not doing very well in the last few months, like over all of this. And we acknowledge that her going public right away would only make that much more stressful for her and very risky for her. So it's not like anyone was saying, like, don't do this, you should stay quiet or anything like that for like some ulterior reason. From everything I know about Dan's interaction with Pxie before this went out, he was being supportive. Okay. And I don't think Pxie would say otherwise. I think this all or nothing approach that people are taking to...
Did he spread rumors about Bad Empanada? I know his BFF Eris did. I know Eris was definitely...
Other Destiny associates and orbiters or whatever you want to call them, I think is just like, it's really unreasonable. Obviously, some people are unhappy with Dan's decision to keep on working with Stephen. If you want to attack him for that, like, I guess if you don't like that, go ahead. But as long as you know exactly what you're attacking someone for, because the problem again with the last time something like this happened with when Kiwi Farms was involved, and it was when the spearhead was Keffels, right? And I think if you guys noticed, Keffels was making enemies absolutely everywhere when this happened because it was all or nothing, right? If you guys haven't noticed, Pxie is kind of the opposite, right? She tries to see.
Wait, what? Can somebody confirm? Is he talking about Keffels? Because Keffels also had a public fight with Destiny? I really wouldn't compare those things. Like, Keffels was not making any kind of allegations. I'm trying to think what the parallel is here. Do I need to rewind him? Maybe I didn't understand that.
The problem again with the last time something like this happened with when Kiwi Farms was involved, and it was
Okay. So he's talking about the farms. That's what I thought. What does this have to do with the farms? That was where the videos, the intimate videos of Destiny undertaking intimate activities with people. That's where they popped up. That's where they were leaked to.
spearhead was Keffels, right? And I think if you guys noticed, Keffels was making enemies absolutely everywhere when this happened because it was all or nothing, right? If you guys haven't noticed, Pxie is kind of the opposite, right? She tries to see the best in people. She is like an obscenely like noble character when it comes to treating other people and trying to treat other people fairly. Like she tries to do the right
Well, I
thing.
mean, look, I will say about Pxie, the one good thing about Pxie that I've noticed is that she always hits that like button whenever she's in chat.
Tries to see the best in people. Not because she expects anything back from it or anything. It's just that's the way she is.
Yeah, she sees the best in people and she always makes sure to hit that like button.
And I think it would be quite helpful if people could maybe like take a bit of that with them, because the accusations of Dan for like sweeping or anything, like there were a couple of things he said that were pretty irresponsible. One thing that he said in JStock stream a while ago, but the overall impression, like his overall behavior towards this has not been like antagonistic towards the victims. I don't think that's the case. And that's why he wasn't in the final edit of that Substack.
Wait, sorry, the Substack? Oh, was that Pxie's Substack? Yeah, you're right. I guess she did not mention Dan. I mean, she didn't really mention... Like, she alludes to President Sunday, I think, in there, but she doesn't say his name. I don't think.
I think something similar goes for Not So Erudite, Kyla. I don't think, looking at those DMs, that there's a very strong case that she wasn't genuinely trying to help. She obviously seems to have had conflicting interests.
Yeah. It's just, so for her to... I don't know. There's the thing that's wrong about Erudite is her participation in something in which her interests are definitely, going to be conflicted. She has a large financial interest in the preservation of Destiny as a brand.
Because she has a business with Steven, but she was also trying to help Pxie. I don't think that means she was like completely one way or the other. I think she was in a difficult position.
I think you got to recuse yourself.
I think, as far as I know now, Bridges is done. She's been occasionally reposting things that are, I think she actually reposted this Stardust tweet as well. And obviously people are doing the same thing as well. There's like a kind of weird absolutism, like when people do this thing where they will see someone being a bit more hesitant to come out and speak in kind of like black and white terms, or like in terms of condemnation or support or anything like that. Again, with Erudite, okay, she uprooted her entire life, okay, moved to a different country, gave up everything by the sounds of it, lived in pretty difficult conditions for a while to start this business with Steven. Sorry, I refuse to believe that any of you would have acted probably like in a more...
So we're going to understand her as having intractably conflicted interests, having not recused herself or removed herself from the situation, from the position as mediator. And yet we got no problem because we, looking at ourselves, if we were the co-host of Bridges podcast, we would do the same thing. We would sweep for destiny.
More moral way, given those circumstances. Of course, she was hesitant. Of course, she had her reasons that she still maybe wanted to associate with Stephen. I don't think she has those reasons anymore. But yeah, I just, there's this thing that's really fucking me off right now. And it's that people are just kind of, they've moved on from being mad at Stephen, because I guess that's like pretty cut and dry and most people agree on it. But they've moved on from that to now just, I guess, people who want to keep...
So he's like, look, Stephen bad, but the network that he's built, it's actually pretty good, actually pretty useful. I know a lot of people in that network, and I definitely have their sympathy now. So if we could just leave them alone, leave them intact, as it were, that even though the brand of destiny may be dying, that maybe there could be a little vacuum, and I could just kind of zoom right into there, be the new Israel defender for the group.
Drama content going, or people who want to keep benefiting from this, or are just I guess maybe incensed by the sense of justice or righteous anger, that they're kind of just like that. Now what people are doing is they're going sweeper hunting, right? You know, people are like hunting for sweepers.
I mean, this is true, and like I said, I had a problem where you spread that too widely, right? I don't have a problem with like a commentary streamer not going forward with, you know, information that he doesn't even have the victim's consent on, doesn't even, you know where the victim is at, and whether the victim is gonna, you know, sorry, I looked at Homer Simpson and it made me.
And I don't expect anyone. I'm not going to be surprised when people are going to come from me and saying that I'm sweeping for the sweepers. Okay, it's just like
You're that's exactly what you're doing with a preemptive, like, you know, protect yourself with like, oh yeah, when are people going to come and say I'm sweeping for the sweepers? Haha.
just settle the fuck down.
Hey sweepers, I'm just like you. Yeah, no, he's definitely going for that power vacuum.
If you're going to come out against someone, just try to make sure you've like understood their whole contribution to this, because the chances are you probably don't. I don't think you can summarize
Advisory, I think so, but I'm not sure.
Kyla's or Dan's contribution to any of this in a single.
Look, like I said, I don't like, you know, the sweeper hot potato being thrown to people who just like knew a little about the situation and didn't come forward either for ethical reasons, because they weren't, you know, the victim should be the one to tell the victim's story, or because they didn't think that they had enough information to do anything besides give Destiny an ability to deny the allegations, right? I think there are sweepers. I think you could call Dan a sweeper. I think you could call Erudite a sweeper. Maybe to a lesser extent, J-Stalk. But there's people that are throwing that everywhere. And like, yeah, I don't think that anybody who knew anything is guilty of trying to protect Destiny. There is a very credible argument that one can make that they didn't come forward with this sooner, to, you know, out of respect for Pxie. Is this discount Hassan? Yes. Yes, this is.
Single tweet or a single clip from one of their streams or from a conversation or an interview or anything. I don't think you're going to get that. Like, and not everything I'm saying here is speaking for Pxie, but that bit I think kind of more or less is. I don't think Pxie has any ill will towards Dan or Erudite. So yeah, I think you can probably at least take that one example. But anyway. I'm going to address one more thing, and then I'm probably going to go to the more trivial nonsense. Someone is saying that there's a Destiny log of him saying I got the timeline wrong. I don't remember what I said, but okay. Did I say that I reached out to Steven first? I don't recall saying that. I didn't say that, did I? Fuck's sake. Okay. I'm getting fed like DGG logs, right? Fuck's sake. Okay. If you want to know what happened with me and Steven, he can post all the DMs if he wants. He reached out to me. He was very apologetic. Okay.
Oh, wait, what's going on? So I think so chat, when you hear DGG logs, understand that we're talking about a website where Destiny simulcasts his stream, and which has its own chat, right? The chat goes on even when the stream is not on, and sometimes Destiny events in that stream. Sometimes he comes in and talks, sometimes other people do. So when they're talking about DGG logs, these are public logs. I mean, public to DGG, I guess, right? You wouldn't see them on Twitch or YouTube or anything. Well, no, you'd see them on screen, I think. It's the chat that Destiny's got on screen. That's what he's talking about. So that stuff is public, but when he says DMs, because he just said, if Steven wants to leak our DMs, did that happen? Has Destiny leaked their DMs?
He actually even said that he wouldn't.
I gotta be real with you, chat. I don't spend enough time apparently on the drama subreddits. I hate Reddit. All right, I know that these discussions go on in places like that, but I can't bring myself to read subreddits.
Retaliate to me if I spoke about this immediately, like if I said stuff. He offered if there's anything to do that could help. He said that his actions have put me in a really difficult position, etc., etc. Yeah, like it seemed it was very sincere and apologetic.
And we're back. Wait, the question and answer is still going? Oh my god. Have I considered moving to a place like one of the Scandinavian countries? As far as I know, those are pretty expensive. That's the real limited factor there. And the limiting factor as far as moving in general. Like, I do feel like I'm in a particular vulnerable position for several reasons that I don't want to get super deep into in terms of how the Trump administration will affect me. But as far as Scandinavian countries, those are generally have very high cost of living, and I don't know if I would be able to afford that. Also, it's a little bit harder to get citizenship there. I mean, maybe not now, though. Maybe now with all the stuff that Trump is doing, I'd be able to claim asylum somewhere, especially a more...
The slightly more trivial stuff, because...
Wait, are we okay, chat? Did we... The stream is still... I think we had a few dropped frames just there. Looks like we're good. Looks like we're still good. Hit refresh. If you need to. Hit refresh. If stream is lagging, is that the right word? You had to refresh? Sorry about that. Cost of living is higher, but well, if I could make it happen, yeah, I would feel like I would like to live I wouldn't mind the snow that much. I mean, I would. I don't like cold, but
Obviously, if it's involving me and far leftists, you know that there's always going to be some fucking kid.
those far leftists, they've been mean to me ever since I became best friends forever with Lauren Southern's editor.
What's going on? Anyway. Okay, that's all the stuff that I think Pxie was okay with me addressing. Let's move on. Mike from PA.
Mike from PA.
Sorry, wait. Mike from PA. So I announced that I'm taking a little break from streaming.
So yeah, if we're gonna do Mike from PA, we gotta show Mike's greatest hits, I guess.
And
Punch the couch.
fuck's sake. This is unbelievable, okay? I announced that I'm taking a little break from streaming.
Awkwardly rubs Kira's shoulder.
You can see the stream. It's all there, okay? As I'm taking a break, I'm not really disclosing why. I'm not really I'm not really saying why. I'm alluding to a few things. I was asked by a chatter, okay, if it was to do with Israel-Palestine. And I said no. And then because what happens in streams is people tend to go on tangents. Okay, people go on tangents. And as part of that little tangent, I decided to just talk a little bit about how it was kind of frustrating the way that Hassan's and Banabana's community were being with me, and a lot of like smearing and disinformation and like constantly saying that I was like paid to go to Israel to defend the government and shit like that. Yeah, I mentioned that, but that was a tangent. I was asked a question by chat. And I said, is this the reason you're stepping back? And I said, no. So people take that story, okay? People take that story and turned it into me quitting content creation, giving up, okay? Getting cheated on, Destiny leaking revenge porn. Okay, this is, again, Destiny didn't put this on Kiwi Farms, okay? Like, every bit of information here is wrong. Every single bit of information here is wrong. And this was the story that he was willing to jump on because I said to 300 people on a stream that I was taking a break. Like, what the fuck? And that wasn't all he did. He also DM'd me. He actually sent me he unblocked me to send me a message on Twitter.
Wait, Mike from Pennsylvania unblocked him?
Okay. Hey man, just want you to know that we are never going to let you forget. Every time you poke your head up, we are going to expose you as a genocide apologist. Forever. He took a new line to say forever. What the fuck?
I mean, it wouldn't have been as impactful if he had just put forever, comma forever.
And if that was, he unblocked me after sending this, by the way, just to get one in. Just to get a little jab in on the couch. And then he also commented on the stream with a little gloat.
I mean, here's the thing, though, Lonerbox. Like, as much as going into somebody's DMs to taunt them is not something I would ever do to anyone. Like, you got him punching a couch, and he's got you making up excuses for snipers shooting kids. There's a bit of a difference.
And it's interesting now that he's being so performative about his support for Pxie, and he's been out there fundraising.
Like, they love this shit. Whenever Destiny whenever somehow Mike from PA says anything about Destiny will bring up the video of Mike talking shit. And we're like, this guy's talking shit. And he'll go through all the embarrassing clips he can find of Mike and be like, this guy right here. This is the guy that's talking shit.
And shit on his stream. which is interesting because given the fact that he already seems to have a whiff that something pretty bad had happened here with this, given that something bad had happened, he still decided to just gloat about it, first of all, to just take it out on me. Like, that's mental. And the reason he believes all this is not because he watched my stream and misinterpreted what I said or anything like that, or misread what happened on Kiwi Farms or whatever else. He did this because he saw it in a Bad Empanada video. I think TLDR, guys, just a little public service announcement.
Super Friendo says him and his fans and Destiny's fans have been coming into Mike's chat for years harassing him. Don't think Mike gives a fuck about your feelings, Lonerbox. It is a bit boring, yeah. Hopefully we're almost done with this.
From Bad Empanada.
Okay. Wait, don't get your news from Bad Empanada? He doesn't do news. He does history. He does... I disagree with this YouTuber.
Please. He's a liar. He's a professional liar. It's his job to lie to you.
Who's paying him to lie?
Okay?
Yo, of all the people to talk about professional liars, Lonerbox, of all the people to talk about professional liars...
Like, that's his job.
It's just like if Mike came in and tried to say that somebody punched a couch, right? Nobody would take it seriously because Mike's a couch puncher. Again, the shit that you defend is a little bit more serious than couch punching.
Like, he's a liar. He literally took every single part of the story, botched all of it, and then just, this video's still up. Every single detail about this is wrong. And this is all when they've already got an inkling that someone has been leaking fucking sexual videos without consent. And they're just gloating about it and making cuck jokes and shit. Like, come on.
Is this really the best that he's got? This guy punches couches and he's awkward in public.
Hang on. It's funny as well because he also decided to go on and make a correction of this, but like the correction he made was wrong as well. I wonder if it's, yeah. He made a correction after he realized that everything he said in this video was total bullshit. And then still everything was wrong again. He said, what? Oh, it might not be true that I was cheated on, et cetera, et cetera. But then he still goes on to say that, like, oh, he must be staying quiet because he's trying to sweep or anything like that. It's just like, what a state. And he also decides to disparage Pxie at the end here as well. The weirdness of sleeping with, like, come on. So that was interesting. It was also, at the very least, you know, at the very least, Hassan was willing to say, oh, I'm not sure about that, when he heard this story for the first time. He signal boosted the shit out of it and then said, oh, I don't know about all that. That sounds crazy. So, you know, a little bit having it both ways. In case you're wondering, by the way, because I guess she's maybe a bit too polite to do it, but in case you're wondering who this tweet is about, also, if you're a
President Sunday.
leftist who has talked about the situation without so much contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge porn, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me. Yeah, this is about Bad Empanada and President Sunday. Yeah, this is obviously about them. Obviously, none of them care. Big deal. Anyway. What a mess. obviously Hassan, bless his heart, decided to jump with this as well. Lonerbox quit streaming because of Hassan. Again, never said that. Never said.
Okay. Do I have to explain the Hassan industrial complex to you, Lonerbox? Look at the names on those videos. Do you think that Hassan has like a gazillion channels on YouTube and he puts out different videos on different channels? Or is it possible that you are looking at two fan channels that made their own thumbnail and created their own title based on what would get the most clicks? Which of these things do you think it is? Do you see the name Hassanabi on either of those accounts?
Said I was quitting. Never said my stepping back was because of him. This tweet is fake. Yeah, obviously, I just dumb fuck.
Literally just looking at thumbnails and being like, look at what Hassan did. Look at what Hassan did. He knows what he's doing. Yeah, he's relying on his audience's ignorance, I'm afraid.
It's funny that Hassan actually thought this, though. He thought that I decided to take a step back because I couldn't handle what was coming from him in terms of the amount of bullshit that he said about me. His response to that was just to say that he'd only spoken about me once. In this video, Hassan just sits there and says, bro, I only talked about him once for 30 minutes. I'm like, mate, what are you talking about? You have an online footprint. We can see your videos. We can see the amount of times you've said that I was paid by the Israeli government to support war crimes and shit. Like,
he saw Hassan scroll through all of his videos. Yeah, didn't Hassan like look up how many times Lonerbox had talked about him?
Come on.
Lonerbox talks about Hassan like actual justice warrior talks about any black mayor, especially who is a woman, right? It's like, it's kind of his thing.
Anyway.
Like the way that President Sunday talks about what if alt hist. It's the way that... Actually, no, I feel like Sunday doesn't have all that many videos on what if alt hist.
Fuck. It's just, again, seeing how all of this unfolded from these guys, from Mike, from Hassan, from Bada Panada, like, I don't really like the way most people have covered a lot of this with the sweeper hunting or the like punitive fucking internet mob justice or the way that the...
I feel like unironically, Lonerbox would like my content the best.
Tankies have handled it, obviously, because I don't think any of them care about victims. They just care about destroying...
He wouldn't give me credit for it, though. He hates me.
Even it's like... but the ineptitude of the way they've handled this as well. I swear, like, if there ever was a revolution, these guys they'd all be in the gulag.
Oh my god, what?
All of them. Just for crimes of sheer ineptitude. It would be me, Hassan, Sunday, Bad Empanada, Mike from PA. We'd just be vibing.
In the gulag?
So,
oh, hey, thanks for mentioning that. I forgot that, Calvin. Calvin Janum says, I like how Lonerbox did not mention Pxie was in Hassan's stream, thanking him for the way that he covered the story. That's true.
Things from my end, hopefully. Ironically, the only person I think I've seen who's covered this with any level of like care
is nocommentchick. Yes. Say it. Say it.
And accuracy for all this has been fucking Queeman. I haven't watched that much of everyone, but he's the only one I think I've seen who was very careful not to leak details about people before anything went public, and after things happened, he was very careful to make sure he had like evidence for each particular claim. Like, yeah, he's probably the only one I think who came close to handling this with any level of responsibility. So it's funny that like the rest of the commentary community or from like the tanky sphere,
the damn tankies,
people who always tell you to read theory and shit, even though they can't understand basic words. It's like, yeah, Queeman is probably the only one.
No, I think most of them would be happy if you'd read a book.
I wonder how that feels for the other ones. that they basically got outclassed by Chud Logic's
Protege? Are you gonna say protege?
twink bastard son.
I mean, I do feel like Queeman, is spiritually, spiritually related to Chud Logic.
As for what I'm doing, I actually am going on a break after this, by the way. I'm not gonna make a shitload of content about this. I just
You're not gonna be back in POG form?
wanted to clarify things that were mostly like irritating me in terms of the way people were behaving. I'm not gonna make a content arc out of this. I'm ultimately just like pretty disappointed. I didn't really want things to go. I really would like to imagine there'd be a world where things didn't go this way, but here we are. I look forward to some time coming back when I can like brand myself as the only remaining political streamer who doesn't have like doesn't have sex scandals and doesn't support terrorists. For some reason, it's always one or the other.
Actually, you do, though. You support terrorists. And you defended Vosh's particular niche of pornographic materials. You were like, that's not a bad thing. Is he into that stuff? If he goons, he goons. That's what he said. He said if he goons, he goons. And it's like, look, I told you at the time, it's not atypical of the Destiny sphere to have takes like that, where they're like, yeah, you clearly, art is subjective. It's a subjective representation. It can be interpreted in different ways. And, therefore, eroticized pictures of clearly underage individuals or well, it's just all in the eye of the beholder, I guess. I mean, that's generally the take that comes from that community. So I guess, I was surprised. This was the only guy that defended Vosh. The only person. If you literally says if you think that, if you have a problem with what's in Vosh's folders, why don't we look at your hard drive, right? You must have something to hide. And it's like, ooh, bad take, Lonerbox. Bad take. Also bad take and bad take, because you do support terrorists.
But no, as much as I'd love to capitalize on this and farm content of it for the next month, nah, the break starts after tomorrow, like properly, when I don't have to worry about this bullshit. Okay. That's us. Love the misogynistic implications to Pxie by calling you
Yeah, sex crimes aren't an arc. Jesus.
talk over all this and not prioritizing.
What did Destiny call it? His legal arc? Catergator says Lonerbox and Crowd would absolutely be snitches in the revolution. Oh yeah.
Victims first. Yeah, it is what it is. You're just going to leave us alone with these criminals.
Yep, everybody else is a criminal. Everybody but Lonerbox. He's the last honest man in all of Scotland.
Whew.
Every time we cover Destiny and his orbiters, we always get some of their insecure fans in chat. Is that what happened?
Oh, now people are saying welcome back and shit. Fuck off. Okay.
I mean, they want you back.
I feel weird just turning on for an hour and then leaving again.
Spoiler, he doesn't. Yeah, he's He's staying in the room of J.K. Rowling's castle that she rents out.
Can't believe Erin was feeding information. I have no idea. No idea. Time for hardcore WoW. No! There is some news. There is some news worth talking about.
Elon Musk has made a particular gesture today.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10. Funny Lonerbox stated he will take a break right after this stream and then changes it later to starting the day after tomorrow. H is just whining.
What? Wait, he did? So he streamed again? I didn't know that. I thought he was out. I thought he was out. Yeah, hopefully not the moldy castles. Those are the worst. But thank you, Izzy, for the super chat.
I think the ceasefire is still holding in Gaza.
He said it in the video we are watching. I thought he was saying that this was going to be the last one. Did he say he's going to do one more? Oh, well, that, I think, is all that Lonerbox had to say about that. I guess we could give it a little search. Oh my god, he got... Look, chat, I'm so glad, I'm so grateful for my community. I'm looking at Lonerbox's chat replay, and he got a gifted by somebody named Honkler. Like, that's the kind of chat names that he's dealing with, Honkler.
Judge Grin, super chatted $5. Dude is talking about comprehension while blaming Hassan for Destiny leaking nudes. Insanity.
I know. I know. Insanity and irony all rolled into one. Wait, where are we at right here? We're at 1 hour and 13 minutes. Let's see if there's any more mentions of... Wait, he does talk about Destiny more.
Best thing I can say for Destiny is
Oh.
an audience that seems, mostly, to be as good as he pretended to be. DGG is eating him alive, and rightly so.
Thanks for the $20, Bob. I appreciate it. Okay.
I got jebaited by a super chat.
All right, can we move on, please? Fuck.
He doesn't want to talk about this. Yeah.
So in Gaza, Israel had like red lines. They wanted to destroy Hamas. They wanted to keep the Netzarim corridor and the Philadelphia corridor, and they wanted to never let Hamas have any sense of governance again. But they gave up quite a lot of those demands. I think they're still staying in Philadelphia, but the fact that they agreed in principle to 3 phases, which would involve Israel fully evacuating the strip at some point, that's his actions. These matters are public, and the personal fallout is content for his critics to exploit cynically. Fuck Destiny. Okay. King Rainbow, thanks for the tier 2 sub.
There it is, chat. We got him saying that.
Hegemon, thanks for the $10.
Anybody want to?
For his critics to exploit.
Anybody want to clip that?
Fuck Destiny. Okay.
There we go. Fuck Destiny.
Nick DeOrio has been extremely honest, principled, and fair on each case, and the orbiting DGD coverage of it. I listened to Destiny for 10 years, and I'm absolutely disgusted. Okay. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, Luizo. Just a normal bottle of mustard.
Okay, I don't think we're gonna get anything out of this. I don't think we're gonna squeeze any more mustard. No, wait, chat. I feel like I'm gonna miss something. I'm gonna miss something. I swear to God. Okay, that looks like a super chat.
I kind of wish there was something to watch that wasn't fucking Destiny drama.
It's all Destiny.
Else have anything to talk about? Hasn't Trump been basically like enacting fascism across America? Hasn't he been deporting people and people doing all kinds of executive orders about fucking DEI and shit? Isn't that important? Especially if you're American. Like I don't have to care because I'm not from America, but
I mean, you cultivated this audience.
the Musk Roman salute. Anyone who believes
He mentions
he had him in mind when he thought of the 20 others he'd take down with him. Part of me wonders if Lonerbox isn't partly responsible for spreading the leaks around.
So yeah, Destiny.
What the fuck is this? Is this just like play a game of guess the accusation?
Oh shit!
Random
Chat. I was wrong. He does. Wow. He dives back into it. I guess his chat just really wants to talk about this, and he's game.
job. Obviously because he has decided to behave in the most irresponsible, brain dead, destructive kind of way. President Sunday has, I think this is him in Spicy Chat. He's very quickly decided to throw in alternative explanations. Lonerbox is fundamentally self-interested and cowardly. He disappeared more or less silently right when this was accelerating. Alternatively, Destiny had him in mind when he thought of the 20 others he'd take down with him. Part of me wonders if...
I wonder if that's true. I wonder if he's got anything on... So Destiny said, you know, something to the effect that you better hope that I am not put on some kind of registry or something. Because if I go down, I know 20... He said streamers. I don't think he said Twitch streamers, but people sort of assumed that. 20 streamers that he would take down with him, yeah.
Lonerbox isn't partly responsible for spreading the leaks around. What the fuck is this? Is this just like play a game of...
But I mean, if that's true, it means that Destiny's sitting on several nukes as well.
Guess the accusation? Random accusation generator? What the fuck?
Oh shit. Look at that.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5.
He's obviously...
Unsurprising, the genocide
he's obviously on the
apologist
back
doesn't
foot a
care
little
about
bit
the rise of
because
fascism in
I
our
think
country
most people...
because he is not from here. Explains his Israel defense take.
Unsurprising, the genocide apologist doesn't care about the rise of fascism in our country because he's not from here. Explains his Israel defense take. I mean, that was my problem with him and Destiny, bringing back the likes of Lauren Southern when she was irrelevant. She was irrelevant. All that she needed is a few L's or a few W's over streamers like Xander Hall, Destiny, and Lonerbox to convince her right-wing audience to come back to her. But thank you for the super chat. Did it do anything special? Oh, chat. I gotta say, I'm actually pretty impressed with you. I'm actually pretty impressed with chat. Did it do the confetti? I think it's supposed to give you confetti.
Will agree that he behaved like an absolute cunt in this whole escapade.
What's your favorite pizza topping? Oh, I almost said mushrooms. I mean, mushrooms are good. Favorite pizza topping, though? Like, what's the best one? I don't know. Mushrooms is up there. Did it do the confetti, though? Did anybody get confetti? Jalapenos? I mean, cheese, yeah. Anything melty. Anything melty? Why did I say that? It's obviously not anything. There's a lot of melty stuff you probably wouldn't want on your pizza. I'm just saying.
It was going to come out eventually he was just a catalyst. No, he's not a catalyst. He's like a... he is like a nuclear...
yeah, SM, the bridge is burned, as they say.
...level of careless, destructive, self-interested, just like all the bad... Every adjective you can...
God, I forgot about black olives. Black olives on pizza, yeah.
...possibly think of for a person is embodied in this piece of shit. Like, fuck.
Caramelized onions?
But he got his content, you know?
Sunday got his content. Candle wax pizza. Oh my god, that would be an unpleasant surprise. On the other hand, one pleasant surprise is that we're at 68% on the dono goal. With 145 votes.
For a Sunday, you could say. True.
TYT's Elon Salute. TYT on Elon Salute is in first place. Dan Saltman and FD Signifier tied in second place. And Emma versus the Vanguard on AOC in fourth place.
Didn't Sunday also say awful things about Pxie? Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He did, but then he tried to take them back. I don't know if I believe him. Like it felt like he was kind of like in my mind it sounded like he was assessing Pxie as a culprit in her own victimization. And the fact that she wouldn't come forward, and his assumption was because she's getting paid, which from all we can tell was not the case. It seems to have justified in his mind going forward with the story without having the victim on board.
Out there. Okay, maybe I'll just squeeze in this one more thing. Apparently, Stephen is saying that I don't have the balls to address this on stream. sweep for it. I don't think this necessarily contradicts anything I
cancelled my
said.
Destiny sub and joined team.
I don't think this necessarily contradicts anything I said. This was the initial DM. It was December 2nd. Okay. Like I said, I did tell you guys I wasn't really sure what to do about this in the beginning, especially given what was happening with Pxie, or whether or not people were going to resolve this, or like how it was going to get resolved. But yeah, initially he came in apologetic. I said, okay, thanks for reaching out. I said I wouldn't say anything publicly because obviously that was the decision that was made at the time.
So wait, did Destiny show DMs first and now Lonerbox is showing more?
And no problemo. Let me know if there's anything you need or I can do. I don't know if this contradicts anything I said, but okay. If I did say that I reached out first, I don't remember saying that, but if I did, I'll cut it out. God. Not exactly the, that's not the link. Is it not? Okay. People, whatever. Wrong link. What's the link? Is this the link? This red screen?
Uh-oh. If it's red, was it
Okay.
blurred out? Wait, what does he say? I can't leak as much. Obviously because of the court stuff, but Lonerbox will literally never have the balls to address this on stream. So enjoy, everyone. And then there's like a Imgur link. Is he gonna...
Okay.
Gonna open up that link, bro?
All good.
Pineapple on pizza is from Hawaii. They don't grow pineapples in the Great White North.
He's joking. Okay.
Chat, do you like pineapple on pizza? Do you put it on before you cook the pizza so that the pineapple caramelizes a little bit, or do you put it on after?
We need more context. For what? The red screen?
Somebody say hot ham? That's the formula for Hawaiian pizza?
Do Greenland. What's happened with Greenland now? Are you allowed to talk about any legal stuff? I don't think I'm involved in legal stuff, but just in case. Like, yeah, any details, I'm going to be shut the fuck up Friday. Anything that people don't already know.
They're bringing him back to this.
I do not believe in Yap Your Trap Tuesday. Not a fan of it. They want to make conspiracy theories illegal in the UK. Based? Like what? The cops come to your door if you ask questions about who did 9/11.
Okay, so he watches Legal Eagle.
Whatever. Okay.
Red Panda. Takes a pee break.
Oh.
Iran.
Britain has first dibs on green. Hey, what's this? What's this news? It's the Telegraph, to be clear. The mouthpiece of the empire. Don't say those words. Hey.
Okay, well, I'm glad I didn't assume that he was really done with talking about Destiny. he did have some smoke for President Sunday and Destiny.
Okay. Just to reiterate, everything I said at the beginning of this stream about the Destiny stuff, I'm only speaking for myself and a little bit for Pxie, okay? I'm not speaking for any of the other victims involved. They've got their own opinions and their own stories, and I don't want to write any of them off or anything, obviously. I'm just saying my piece, and I'm saying a little bit of like what Pxie's piece is, okay? That's it. The entire fallout of this is a fucking feeding frenzy. It's pretty ugly. I don't really want to be part of it. I still did actually want to take a break, but obviously this all happening behind the scenes in the last week and a half and me getting sick doesn't really feel like a break. So I'm actually taking some time off now, okay? I'm not quitting, okay? Just for the... I know those words sound similar, break and quit. It's easy to confuse the two, especially if you're...
Well, it's easier for one to become the other. Like a lot of streamers have quit by saying, I'm going to take a break, I'm going to step away, and then they step away forever.
Stupid. I don't know how long I'll be away for. Probably a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I don't know. Just let me figure my stuff out, okay?
Yeah, take your time, Lonerbox. Me and Queeman can handle it from here.
Be careful out there. Be nice. Be measured. Okay. I'll still talk in the Discord sometimes, okay? But honestly, right now, I plan on spending... I plan on finding a cabin in the woods and living there until sometime next week. Then maybe I'll come back online. Who knows?
He's gonna go up to farm potatoes with Cuffles in Ireland. Anyway, Lonerbox, everybody, Lonerbox. You cook it? Yeah, that's what I think too, Birdman. Best pizza topping, in my opinion, is Canadian bacon. 80 people in Gaza have been murdered since the ceasefire, Catergator brings up. He means a Discord in the woods. Yeah, the woods Discord. Just next week. Jesus Christ, he's really addicted. Yeah, I feel like I would need more time to figure my shit out. But I'm not him, so... Lonerbox is Dunzo Box? Quite possibly. Caramelizing pineapple makes me want to give it another try. Yeah. I mean... Supreme pizza with all the onions, olives, yeah, all onions, or I wanted to say onions, but it's kind of like then it makes you think that I'm just like eating onion pizzas. And although, you know, there's like, no, it's not really an onion pizza. There's like a pizza that I've had that has an onion sauce. That's actually really good, like a caramelized onion sauce, like instead of tomato sauce. And that's just no cheese. And I think it's like peppers and onions or something on top of it. It's really good. Hawaii is a myth like weasels? Oh no. Well, chat, one thing that unfortunately is not a myth is the Laken Riley Act, right? They have been using the unfortunate events surrounding the death of a nursing student in Georgia for a long time to win Donald Trump the election, and you know, as a way to cherry pick a particularly horrible violent crime that what did happen to be done by an immigrant, as a way of obscuring the fact that immigrants as a group commit crime with less frequency than American citizens. And this is what annoys me about things like this. I'm trying to think of another. Oh yeah. It's actually a lot like October 7th. Do you remember right after October 7th? you talk to anybody about it, if you had any kind of opinion, you know, like a lot of people would emphasize the beheaded babies, the legions of rape victims, right? And they didn't have any, you know, they didn't know what they were going off of. They were just repeating stuff that they'd heard, but it sounds really bad. You know, and yeah, I mean, bad, you know, did violent stuff happen that day? Fuck yeah. But they keep on like bashing you over the head with it again and again and again. Every time you say, I think there should be a ceasefire. I think Israel has done enough. I think that civilians do not deserve to pay the price for what happened. I think that group punishment is a fucking war crime, which it is. It is. Punishing a group of people for what certain people have done is literally, you know, a type of war crime. But they just keep like bashing you over the head with this, like, oh, so you don't care about the rape victims, you don't care about the beheaded babies, what about the, you know, and it turns out, you know, yeah, did some really awful stuff happen to babies during this conflict? Yes, mostly Palestinian babies, right? But they were successful in shutting down any opposition to Netanyahu, Smotrich, and the rest of the administration's plans, war plans in Gaza. They were able to just bulldoze, of all the words to use, they were able to just bulldoze any dissenting opinions with that. This Laken Riley thing is really similar. Like, it's a bill that targets not just violent criminals, people guilty of theft over something that one person did. And now we got to take it out on a whole group of people. And a group of people that do a lot for Americans and America and don't really get a lot of appreciation. Didn't the beheaded babies turn out to be false? Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Is that, like, we've seen twice where just the description of a particularly horrendous crime, whether or not those details are true or not, has been used to buffalo the American people into complacency with something they never should be complacent with. Here we go. I guess we'll take a look at the signing ceremony. I wonder if we'll see. I know that Fetterman was there.
We look forward to working with every one of you in the subcommittee.
We'll return to the hearing on highway infrastructure investment after President Trump signs a bill to detain migrants accused of theft or violent crime.
I feel like this is like worse than Starship Troopers, right? If you don't know, there's a film from the 90s by, oh my god, somebody help me out. Who did the film? Some famous director, called Starship Troopers. It's made after the novel of the same name by Robert Heinlein. And you know, it portrays a dystopian, you know, jingoistic world in which people's perceptions of events are framed, are manipulated with media. And the refrain of that movie is, "Do you want to know more? Do you want Paul Verhoeven? Thank you. It's Paul Verhoeven. That's who I meant. Thank you, Schmugly." But like, this is right here, we are hearing some, like, they're like, now we go to President Trump currently signing a bill to detain migrants, to detain
This is live coverage on C-SPAN 3.
Oh my God. What a fucking sick. I don't know, Chad. I don't know if I can take this.
Washington bureaucracy, just for clarification purposes, because it was incorrectly reported yesterday, we have informed the federal workforce, which they've looked to.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10. Just providing a bit of hope. There is 35 seats available for re-election in the Senate and all seats. There's a lot of seats up for re-election in Congress in 2026. A bit late, but it's something.
It's something, and it's the quickest that you could curtail the Trump administration's fascist role, would be, by flipping one or more of the House, like one or more legislative body in 2026. Thank you for the super chat, Izzy.
To do for many years that if they're working for the federal government, they must show up to the office on time.
Oh God, what the fuck? Wait. So now he's talking about firing the federal workers. What is going on?
Our country, and we won all 7 swing states by large margins, historic.
Yeah, a total of 1.5%. Really large margins. Really large margins.
Very importantly, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes.
You're not going to say the percentage, are you?
Also, all 50 states, as you know, shifted toward the Republican Party, and that's never happened before. All 50, every single one of them. In our first week in office, we set records, taking over 350 executive actions. That's not been done before. And it has reportedly been the single most effective opening week of any presidency in history. And we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it going. We want to keep it going.
So now this is the signing of an act that is supposed to, it's named for somebody who, was brutally murdered, who supposedly, that these people feel a lot of empathy for her family, and dude is doing a campaign speech. This is straight up a campaign speech.
We've broken from decades of failed Washington policies and restored common sense and sanity to our government. We've unleashed American energy, and we've all.
Okay, I'm not listening to his campaign speech.
Do this, and what do you do? They were always asking her questions. She was respected by everybody. You're merely looking at parts of the big bureaucracy.
Okay, so he's talking about the freeze here. Yeah, he's all over the place, isn't he?
Where there has been tremendous waste and fraud and abuse. In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy.
He's repeating it. This was debunked. Yeah, so his press secretary came out, specifically answered a question saying that she would only tell the truth, unlike other press secretaries who do not tell the truth. And then she proceeded to lay in this shit about $50 million for Gaza, for Gaza to have condoms. Like, right? And it's just not true. And he's going to repeat it. This is, they're eating the cats part 4.
For Hamas, 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them.
They've used all the condoms? Is that what you're about to say?
As a method of making bombs.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yo, this guy. A condom bomb, of course. That's the secret ingredient in any sort of explosive. Is like, every terrorist everywhere, is always like, gosh, if we only had condoms, I'd have everything I need for my improvised explosive.
An attempt to make an illicit payment for illegal alien resettlement. We canceled $181 million in DEI training contracts. This is just for the training of people in DEI, which has been terminated and completely terminated. And we paused $1.7 billion in every single room. To her parents and family, she was every scholarships in Burma, 45. In a few moments, the Laken Riley Act will become the very first bill that I proudly signed into law as the 47th President of the United States. Laken was a brilliant and beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia, the best in her class. She was always the best. They would say, Laken, how do you do this? And what do you do? They were always asking her questions. She was respected by everybody, even her teachers. They respected her so much. From the time she was in first grade, Laken knew she wanted to spend her time caring for others. That's what she did. To her friends and classmates, she was a light of warmth.
Yeah, I gotta say, these people are exploiting a dead woman. I can't listen to this anymore. Anyway, you get the idea. This act passed. It passed with massive Democratic support. We're talking 40 plus members of Congress and way more senators than should have. There were the Democrats. I mean, I don't want to. Way too many of the Democrats are just folding to this guy, and it's all over him berating them with this horrible story, admittedly horrible set of events that are not representative of the group of people that this act targets, and certainly not of the nonviolent criminals that it targets as well. This is a bad sign if Republicans, they can just tell you a bad story. They can just talk about something fucked up that happened. All they got to do is say 40 beheaded babies, and you're like, okay, I'll vote for your act. I'll vote for your 40 beheaded babies act. And only later do you find out that, no, they weren't 40 beheaded babies. And even if they were, that doesn't justify group punishment. And what happened to Laken Riley does not justify detention of undocumented immigrants accused of theft. And that is what this bill does. All right, let me show you some of the Democratic response to this. We've got AOC. I'm going to show you a little bit of the Democratic response. Then we'll watch TYT's response. As much as I'm not expecting
people to know.
As much as I'm not expecting a lot from the Democrats, I'm expecting even less from Jink and Anna.
With eyes wide open, what is inside this bill? Because we stand here just 2 days after President Trump gave unconditional pardons to violent criminals who attacked our nation's capital on January 6th. And these are the people who want you to believe, who want us to believe that they're trying to, quote unquote, keep criminals off the streets. When they are opening the floodgates.
It is so.
I want the American people to know what is in this bill. Because in the guise and in the wake of tragedy, we are seeing...
Yeah, if you're worried about violent criminals, I would be worried about the leader of the the Oath Keepers, who they just let out.
A fundamental erosion of our civil rights in this bill. If a person is so much as accused...
Yeah, where's Breonna Taylor's act? Yeah, unfortunately, the Democrats have failed us.
Crime. If someone wants to point a finger and accuse someone of shoplifting, they will be rounded up and put into a private detention camp and sent out for deportation without a day in court, without a moment to assert their right and without a moment to assert the privilege of innocent until proven guilty. Without being found guilty of a crime, they will be rounded up. That is what is inside this bill, a fundamental suspension of a core American value. And that is why I rise to oppose it. If you're a dreamer, all someone has to do is point a finger and you will be rounded up. And we have seen moments like these happen before. In the Patriot.
The other thing that's going on is this conflation of immigration with crime. So now I think this happened during the press conference yesterday. Somebody pointed out that immigration is a civil violation. It's not a criminal violation. The newly minted press secretary said, oh no, au contraire, it is a federal violation. Implying that because it's federal law that it's necessarily criminal. It's civil by its very nature. That is a civil violation, like a parking ticket. We handle civil affairs differently, but yeah, I guess not in this case. And the idea that people can just be disappeared without any sort of evidence, without any sort of hearing, without anything approaching justice, because their papers are not in order, is kind of fucked up. Are we the baddies? Yes, we are the baddies, and this is the kind of shit that's going to expand more and more and more. She's talking about potentially dreamers, getting swept up with this instead of the Democratic Party providing a pathway to citizenship. Now we've got a good portion of the Democratic Party complacent in allowing their very rights to be stripped away from them.
Act in the wake of the travesty of 9/11, a fundamental suspension of American civil liberties. That is what we are seeing here today. Mr. Speaker, you may wonder why so many of our friends across the aisle who care so deeply about the rule of law happen to be so desperate to pass this bill, after they are unleashing people who attacked police officers here on this Capitol into roaming our streets, who are publicly saying now they want to get a gun. Suddenly, these folks care about public safety? I don't think so. Look no further than the price tag of this bill, $83 billion. They know that it can't be paid for. They know that the capacity is not there. And you know what will be there? Private prison companies are going to get flooded with money who give this money. Is not so. Officers here on the deeply about the rule of law happen to be so desperate to pass this bill after they are unleashing people who attacked police officers here on this Capitol into roaming our streets, who are publicly saying now they want to get a gun. Suddenly, these folks care about public.
Yeah, what, 3 or 4 of them have been arrested again already?
Safety? I don't think so. Look no further than the price tag of this bill, $83 billion. They know that it can't be paid for. They know that the capacity is not there. And you know what will be there? Private prison companies are going to get flooded with money who give this money.
And these were people, I'm pretty sure, who were donating to the Trump campaign.
No doubt. I want folks at home to look. Look at what members of Congress are invested in private prison companies who receive this kind of money, and look at the votes.
Yeah, BCAT-K, I thought about doing this one on shorts, but then when I thought about putting the name Laken Riley in a title for shorts, I'm pretty sure I know what kind of chatters we'd get.
This bill. It is atrocious that people are lining their pockets with private prison profits in the name of a horrific tragedy and the victim of a crime. It is shameful. It is absolutely shameful. And Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude with this. In a few months, there are members of Congress who voted for this bill who are going to pretend they didn't know about all the bad things that are going to happen because of it. So when a private prison camp opens in your town, when a dreamer...
Time has expired. I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
So when a private prison camp opens in your town and they say, we didn't know this was going to happen, know that they did, and they voted for it. When a dreamer...
Yeah, know that they were cowards. If we're talking about the Democrats, these people were cowards. If we're talking about Fetterman, he's probably a little worse than just a coward.
...is disappeared from your classroom. When the President of the United States destroys what is left of the Constitution, as he's announced in this attack on birthright citizenship, they will all say, we didn't know this was coming. And I want the American people to know that they did. This vote represents it. And with that, I yield back. Thank you very much.
All right. So yeah, there's AOC. We also have Rashida Tlaib speaking on this bill.
So shameful that the first bill of the new Congress will put a target on the back of millions of our neighbors that work so hard, that build up our communities. It is also going to increase militarization of our neighborhoods. As somebody that grew up in Southwest Detroit, where you'll find 20 different ethnicities, people from all over the world came together, and you should see how beautifully diverse it is, but how they built up communities and neighborhoods. They're an integral part of our neighborhood. And one of the things that I have been seeing over and over again on social media already, Mr. Chair, is literally militarization of Border Patrol, officials everywhere, just people scared and petrified because that's what's exactly happening, because this promotes racial profiling. The bill blatantly violates due process. I mean, these are literally being allegations and charges, not actual convictions. Y'all act like if somebody's undocumented, they can't be deported. They can. As a former immigration attorney, I know that for a fact. You're making this up so you can literally allow people to be profiled and discriminated.
Yeah, facts. They've gotten over facts a long time ago. They do not care about facts. They know that everything is perception.
Against. Blame them for the cost of eggs? Is that what we're doing here? We're blaming them because you guys can't.
Yeah, because it's the billionaire's fault, and the last thing in the world they want to do is blame Donald Trump's top donors.
Get corporate greed on a side that is a disease that is killing our economy. People can't afford housing. You think it's because of our immigrant neighbors? No. If you cared truly about fixing our immigration system, you'd go fix it so that U.S. citizens married to undocumented spouses can actually adjust their status, where we have mixed statuses because for 30 years we've ignored and vilified immigrants. Enough is enough. It will separate families. It would lead again to continued discrimination. It's shameful that my colleagues are giving into racist fear-mongering at the first opportunity to pass legislation to scapegoat our immigrant neighbors and fuel hate in our communities. I know what's going to happen. It won't just be undocumented. It'll be people like my mother who...
Izzy Sanchez says, sorry to intrude, but here in here in New Mexico, tribe members of the Navajo Nation are being harassed by ICE and are being forced to show their papers. Yeah.
Will get stopped and profiled. She have to carry her U.S. passport around? Are we asking people now to have documentation? That's what you want to turn our neighborhoods into is military.
See, like, I swear to God, most people in the house, their eyes are glazing over. They don't know what she's talking about. It's Papers, Please. Right, that there's a game called Papers, Please, where you're supposed to be managing immigration into like a communist, into like East Germany or something, right? And this is how communism was portrayed in the United States, especially, especially like the East German regime was thought to be just like horribly authoritarian and oppressive, and the like cliche was, are your papers in order? Papers, please. Let me see your documentation. People thought of that as like, oh my gosh, what a terrible authoritarian country to live in, and yet it's going on right now.
I yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I just ask all of you to truly understand.
I want to know, why does he have all the time? I mean, I'm glad that he's, giving, extra time to AOC and to Rashida, but why does he get all the, why is he the gatekeeper of the
what this will do
speaking time?
I urge our colleagues to please vote no on this divisive bill. And it's so important to understand what you're going to turn our communities and our neighborhoods into.
What you're going to turn our country into, and it already is.
We can't allow that to continue to happen. With that, I yield.
Members.
Okay, so there we go. So now we heard from, a couple of members of Congress. Now let's hear from AOC. Sorry, AOC. We're the opposite of AOC. TYT.
Wasting no time enacting President Trump's hardline vision on immigration. The Senate passing the Laken Riley Act last night, named for a 22-year-old nursing student killed by an undocumented Venezuelan migrant last year. That bill would dramatically expand the federal government's powers to detain undocumented immigrants. It's on track to become.
Now, what do you see, chat? Because I see a propaganda film from a racist country, from a racist-ass authoritarian scumbag country. That's what I see. I wonder what TYT is going to see in this.
The first piece of legislation that Trump signs into law in his second term.
The hotly contested and controversial immigration bill known as the Laken Riley Act has now officially passed in both chambers of Congress and is now being sent to Donald Trump's desk for his signature.
Like, what is this, a brochure for fascism? Like, what the fuck are we looking at, chat?
To sign it into law. Now, it got support from dozens of Democrats, while others argue that this bill robs immigrants, migrants of due process. So let's talk about why those arguments are being made. So
let's see if maybe TYT for once can have something other than a fucking monstrous take.
The name of the bill, of course, refers to the Georgia college student who was murdered by a Venezuelan immigrant who was in the United States illegally. 26-year-old Jose Ibarra had been cited for shoplifting by a Georgia police.
Oh, see, so that's their logic. Is like, see, he did shoplifting first, and then he's like, I got away. Now I'll do the murder because I'm evil.
Department, but Immigration and Customs Enforcement actually didn't issue a detainer for him, and he was not taken into custody, sadly. So the Laken Riley bill's main purpose is to essentially clamp down on people who are in the United States illegally, who are accused of committing nonviolent crime, so they can't go on to commit additional violence.
Because we know that's how it works.
To Congress.
Oh my God. They use bad logic that I guess you could say is conventional wisdom. It's like an easy sell, but it doesn't make sense logically. Yeah, this person did a nonviolent crime, therefore they will do a violent crime.
This is summary of the bill, and this is the exact wording. Under this bill, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, must detain an individual who is, one, unlawfully present in the United States or did not possess the necessary documents when applying for admission, and two, has been charged with, arrested for, convicted of, or admits to having committed acts.
So look at that. Charged with, arrested for, convicted, arrested for, yeah, basically any, like, there's no due process here.
That constitute the essential elements of burglary, theft, larceny, or shoplifting. So look, the key word here is arrested for. So the individual doesn't even necessarily have to be convicted of committing a crime like shoplifting in order to be deported by Border Patrol or ICE. So this is what most opponents of the bill are focusing on. They feel that this robs.
Oh my God, I was so ready for Anna to be like, yeah, this is fucked up. I was so ready for Anna to for once be like, this goes too far.
The individual of due process, because there hasn't really been any way of adjudicating whether the allegations against this individual is true.
She's got to at least stand up against the lack of due process, right? Right?
Now, of course, supporters of this bill will argue, well, the person who's in the country illegally has already committed a crime. But others disagree. Under the current system, immigration officials use their discretion to first detain people with violent criminal records. But this law would basically override that discretion and include individuals who have simply been accused of committing nonviolent acts like shoplifting and theft. Cenk.
Yeah, so a couple of things here. First off, some activists are saying that this is a mass deportation bill. I don't want you guys to get misled by that, because there is an actual potential mass deportation that Trump has threatened.
Threatened? Wait, how is he not doing mass deportation? He's got like a quota of like over 1,000 people per day, doesn't he?
This is not it. If you get confused about that, then you're gonna make mistakes about how to react when the actual one comes. So
no, this is just stripping people of their, constitutional rights.
I would have voted against this bill because it's just people who are charged or arrested. No, they got to be convicted, and so because otherwise you could just accuse anyone of shoplifting and then have them deported. So no, I don't agree with that. Now, if they were convicted,
I mean, so Jink, you got to see at least how this sort of bill could be used to facilitate mass deportation, to expedite, to enable mass deportation.
I'm sure that we'd have a good, healthy debate over that. And, we should change our poll question because we have polls in the live chat all the time. You should check those out when we're live at 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. So I think a lot of people would, in our audience, would vote against this act. But I'm curious how you guys would feel about it if it was just a conviction.
I thought he was gonna say, I'm curious how you guys would feel about it if Laken Riley was your daughter, if Laken Riley was your sister, if Laken Riley was your aunt. How would you feel about it? Like, I thought he was gonna go there. No, how would you feel about it if it did not strip them of their rights to due process?
Because if all of them are very serious, burglary, theft, etc. Shoplifting is arguable in terms of is that a serious crime?
No, and it's gonna flip out. No, of course it's a serious crime.
But look, you're here in in an undocumented fashion. I don't think it's too much to ask for you to follow.
Oh my God.
So like they arrest you on jaywalking or civil disobedience. No. But these are pretty serious crimes. And then they added, by the way, I don't know why they didn't add this before, but a couple of Republicans added something like murder. Yeah, for murder, I think that's fair, right? And Cornyn added for attacking a police officer. I don't know.
Look at that, 44% of the TYT audience. Oh, chat, I want to point something out too. I'm looking at our poll. We've got 163 votes so far, which is a good time to remember that you can vote in the poll, right? What do you want to see for bonus content? We are at 83%, 17% from getting some of that sweet bonus content. And you can still vote if you have not already. But I just want to point it out that we have fully half of the votes that TYT is getting. And I feel like on a good day, we'd have even more. I don't know if this is a good day or not, but if you want to make it a better day, make your voice heard, cast your vote, and know that when you donate, you can also let me know which of these topics you voted for, which of these topics you want, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. Right now, it looks like TYT on Elon Salute is getting that extra little bump from the donors right there, a little extra 10%. So it's doing well today. It's a good day for potentially seeing more TYT tent. But we're only 17% from making it happen.
If it has an asterisk, unless you're doing it for Donald Trump. But if it's for serious felonies, yeah, this is what the American people voted for. And so you can choose to be outraged that some undocumented immigrants or criminals are going to be deported, but that outrage is not going to work with the American people. So this was one of the core issues they voted for. They haven't gotten to
He's pretending that we don't regularly deport people convicted of crimes. He's pretending that there needs to be a bill for that. There does not.
Non-criminals yet. When they get to non-criminals, that's when we all got to rally and say hell no.
Oh, okay, there we go. That's when he'll make his stand. That's when he'll make his stand. Right? He's like, not yet. We'll let the fascists do their thing.
So additionally,
we're going to let fascism proceed a little bit. We're going to let it cook. We're going to let it cook a little bit. Like, let the fascists cook.
A second part of this legislation that I think is interesting, and I'm very curious what you think about it, Cenk. So it also grants power to attorneys general to sue the federal government if they can show their states are being harmed over failure to implement national immigration policies, as well as allow states to sue the Department of Homeland Security for harm caused to citizens allegedly due to illegal immigration. So state officials could also demand that the State Department stop issuing visas from countries that do not accept people who the United States is deporting. So we've run into some issues with that as it pertains to Venezuela, for instance. Venezuela says that they will not accept Venezuelans who the United States has deported. So that has led to some issues when it comes to—
Oh, you mean the country that you tried to enact a coup on and then put sanctions on when it didn't work, which was the actual reason why you got a wave of immigration from that country? You mean that country would not cooperate with you? Color me shocked. Color me shocked.
To the deportation plans of the Trump administration. But I think that's a really interesting element of this bill. And as of yesterday, the bill did pass both chambers. The House vote was 263 to 156, with 46 Democrats joining all Republicans in support of this measure. The bill passed the Senate on Monday by a vote of 64 to 35, winning 12 Democratic votes. And so among those 12 Democrats, let's put up this graphic and you can see who we're talking about.
Why are we only putting the senators on blast?
Here, you have Senator Cortez Mastro, Jackie Rosen, unsurprisingly, John Fetterman. The list goes on and on. These are some of the more—
John Fetterman, who is looking more and more like Xehanort every day. Joshua Keller with the super chat. Nebraska legislature passing a scholarship program. I work to get a repeal measure on the ballot. Voters repealed.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Senkin Anna is trying to normalize this evil. We already saw the Army vet Anna in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Puerto Ricans in Wisconsin being taken away by ICE.
Voters repealed the measure. Now they're trying to get a new one passed. I hate it here. Wait, passed a scholarship program? Izzy Sanchez says, Jink and Anna are trying to normalize evil. We already saw the Army veteran in North Carolina, the Puerto Ricans in Wisconsin being taken away by ICE. Yeah, and they're like, well, I'll speak up later. I'll speak up later. When it gets to the point where they're arresting people who didn't commit a crime, then I'll say something.
Moderate to conservative Democrats in the Senate.
Although Ruben Gallego is on the list, and he is presumably going to be one of the more progressive senators. But why is he on the list? Because he's from Arizona. And Mark Kelly, the other Democrat from Arizona, is also on the list. And that's exactly what I was trying to explain to you guys earlier. You're not going to be the senator from Arizona next time around if you don't vote yes on this bill. And why? Because it's not a mirage. The voters of Arizona are in favor of this. So you can get mad at them if you like, but they are voting with their constituents.
Actually, I want to read a—
Wait, Joshua Keller, I gotta ask, what do you mean by this? You got scholarship in quotes here. I'm guessing there's something more to this that I'm not quite understanding.
Comment from Gallego because he felt the need to put out a statement expressing why he decided to vote in favor of the Laken Riley Act. He says, Arizonans know the real life consequences of today's border crisis. We must give law enforcement the means to take—
Oh, school choice shit, stuff that defunds. So the scholarships for, what is it, charter schools then?
Action when illegal—
They take money out of the school system and give it to the charter schools.
Immigrants break the law to prevent situations like what occurred to Laken Riley. I will continue to fight for the safety of Arizonans by pushing for comprehensive immigration reform and increased border security.
Or the vouchers are the vouchers about private schools or charter schools?
So look, I agree with you. The biggest flaw in this bill, which almost certainly is going to be signed into law by Donald Trump, is the fact that it deals with people who haven't even been convicted of a crime. And I think the due process is important. You do run into some issues, though, when it comes to some of these states that have really declared that they don't want to prosecute people who have committed crime like shoplifting. So I think that's—
Oh my God, she's got to get her fucking Karen. She's got to get her Karening in. That's a great freeze frame too. This is when Anna decides to be a pirate.
What lawmakers—
pirate for a day—
had in mind when they drafted the bill the way they did, but still you can't do away with due process. I think that's super unfair. And I think that's legitimately the biggest flaw I see in this legislation.
Yeah, last two things for me. Look, I'm a naturalized citizen. So when I had a green card, I was super careful. Meaning, whatever that means.
He's like, so immigrants, pull your pants up.
Like I had the intent to break any law anyway, but if there was within a million miles of close, I wouldn't do it because I was worried about, making sure that I got my citizenship. If you're an undocumented immigrant,
Wait, he's scolding. He's scolding the undocumented immigrants who have a lower crime rate than American citizens. Like y'all need to just stop doing the crime. I mean, if you're trying to immigrate into a country and you don't have your papers in order, I feel like that maybe shoplifting isn't the right move. Maybe don't do that. It's like, shut up, you fucking asshole. What is wrong with you?
Doing shoplifting or theft or burglary.
He's got a virtue signal in the face of creeping fascism. That is what he's going to do. He's going to virtue signal to the fascists so that they know that he also looks down on the immigrants and is not pushing back in any way with this narrative of the linking them to crime.
I mean, it's hard for me to muster up an enormous amount of sympathy for you. So I don't know if that makes me a bad guy, but sorry.
No, it doesn't. I totally agree with you.
Are we the baddies? Anna, are we the baddies? Does that make me the bad guy? Oh my God, Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Andy Kowalski, you just got weaseled. Rosalina Johnson, you just got weaseled. Chazardus, you just got weaseled. Derek, you just got weaseled. And Cloud Red, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing.
Like, I totally agree with you. Like, listen, you're already in the country, undocumented status. Come on.
Hey, he's like, she's like, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? What are you thinking, immigrants? Why do you do this? Why are you always doing the crimes, immigrants? Never mind that your crime rate is lower than the average citizens. Never mind that in any large group of people, there is always going to be crime. No, you got to be perfect. We did indeed hit the donut goal.
Commit crimes. It's not that difficult. Don't commit crimes because you're here without proper documentation and you're gonna get,
Anna, shut up. Shut the fuck up. I'm so sick of you. This fucking virtue signal here.
On the risk of being deported. And so I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think anyone's a bad person for making that argument. We've got our own homegrown criminals, okay? We don't need to import criminals from around the world.
Yeah, and last two things. If Venezuela doesn't take them back, I don't understand how that works. Here's what I would do. I would fly them to Venezuela, have them get off the plane, and have the plane fly back. What are you gonna do? Fly them back to?
You know what they're gonna do? They're not gonna let the plane land because they control their airport. What is wrong with you? What do you think? Like, he wants to live in a world where the United States is just literally like, calling the shots at an airport in Caracas.
America? Like, so I'm not interested in you not taking your criminals back. That's not a thing I'm interested in. All right, lastly, the states being able to...
Again, if you want a country to cooperate with you, which countries usually do in cases like these, simply do not try to coup their elected government, and then when you fail, do not institute punitive sanctions, right? Do not cause the wave of immigration that you then complain about.
Sue the federal government, I think, is nonsense. The reason they put that in there is if a Democrat becomes president again, every red state wants to sue them and go, oh, in our opinion, you're not doing enough. Even though the American people voted you into office and they wanted your immigration policy, Alabama disagrees. So we have the Supreme Court and we're gonna use the activist judges on the Supreme Court to say that we're right even if we lose elections on the national level. So I hate that part of the bill too.
Hey, thanks for watching that video.
Wait, please let us go to bonus content because I hate TYT. I can't watch this cringy racist rant from these stupid clowns. Well, luckily we are done with this TYT segment. However, maybe not so luckily, TYT seems to be winning the bonus content poll as well. I don't know. I said we'd watch a little bit of the RFK thing too. So maybe I can put on RFK and give people a chance to, if you've donated or if you're going to donate, let me know in the chat where you want your donation to go, and I will make sure that all donations from people who want to influence the poll are present and accounted for. Because yeah, we're at what is this, 113% here. Dan Saltman says narwhal by nature. Gotcha. Okay, so 20 to Dan Saltman. Let's find that lovely. Oh, there's the Bernie Sanders thing. So Bernie gets RFK in this. Bernie's got he's got the receipts.
I very much like the slogan that you coined, "Make America Healthy Again." And I strongly agree with that effort. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6-7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm going to suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year,
Izzy Sanchez says anything but TYT.
The insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion.
Wait, you want specifically Emma versus the Vanguard, or you want just like the highest non-TYT?
While at the same time 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes? No?
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Health care a human right. Is health care a human right?
In the way that free speech is a human right,
yeah.
I would say it's different, because with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. Well, and so are you guaranteed the same right, or is there also a duty?
I'm sorry, I'd love to talk for an hour with you. We got a few minutes left here. All right, every other country on earth says healthcare, whether you're poor or rich, young or old, is a human right. I'm not hearing you say that. All right, you've talked about the drug companies, and maybe we agree on this one. As you all know, despite the drug company.
All right, well, Izzy, I can add it to Emma versus the Vanguard, which gets that to 43%, or I could add it to Dan Saltman, which puts it at, it'd be at 56. It would just be one behind TYT if I added it to Dan Saltman.
Making over $100 billion in profits, paying CEOs outrageous compensation packages. We, in some cases, pay 10 times more for the same drug. Will you support legislation that I will introduce, which says that in America we should not be paying a nickel more for prescription drugs than people around the rest of the world? Yes, no?
So Bernie's calling him on his bullshit. The difference between the image that he puts forward as the savior of Americans from the evil pharmaceutical corporations.
To equalize it.
Not to equalize it, that we should not be paying more than other countries for the same damn drug.
President Trump has asked me, in fact, I had a meeting with President Trump a week ago where we showed him the charts.
He knows the charts.
Okay, so Dan Saltman it is.
We're paying 10 times more from Europe.
That's right. And are you going to commit to us that you will end that absurdity?
I think in principle we can. We should end that disparity.
Good. Okay. That's
Actually,
great. All right. I happen to believe that climate change is real, it's an existential threat, and it is a healthcare issue.
25.
Donald Trump thinks that it is a hoax originating in China. Question is, in your judgment, is climate...
Okay, well that puts Dan Saltman ahead by 7.
climate change a hoax, or is it real, causing devastating problems?
President Trump and I, from the beginning, from our first meeting, agreed to disagree on that issue. I believe climate change is existential. My job is to make Americans healthy again.
All right, you believe that you disagree with Trump, you don't think climate change is a hoax, is what I'm hearing.
My job here is to make
just ask you that, Mr. Kennedy, not a trick question.
I answered your question, Senator Sanders.
Okay, you disagree with the president on that.
I answered your question.
Okay, I'm going to pick up on a point that Senator Hassan made. Look, there is no question that abortion is a divisive issue in this country. I would say a majority of the people are pro-choice. There's a strong minority who are pro-life. A year and a half ago, you went to New Hampshire, running for president, gave a speech, and you talked about government should not tell a woman what she can do with her own body. That's her choice. Now, I think everybody on that side is pro-life. I think everybody here is pro-choice. I have never seen any major politician flip on that issue quite as quickly as you did when Trump asked you to become HHS secretary. Tell me why you think people should have confidence in your consistency and in your word when you really made a major U-turn on an issue of that importance in such a short time.
Senator, I believe, and I've always believed, that every abortion is a tragedy.
But you told the people of New Hampshire that it was their right. All right, let me do a last question here because I'm running out of time. I think the gist of what you were trying to say today is you're really pro-vaccine, you want to ask questions. You have started a group called the Children's Health Defense. You're the originator. Right now, as I understand it, on their website, they are selling what's called onesies. These are little things.
Oh my God. Yo, no vax, no problem. Unvaxxed, unafraid. That's a baby onesie.
One of them is titled Unvaxxed, Unafraid. Next one, and they're sold for $26 a piece, by the way. Next one is No Vax, No Problem. Now you're coming before this committee and you say you're pro-vaccine. Just want to ask some questions. And yet your organization is making money selling a child's product to parents for $26, which casts fundamental doubt on the usefulness of vaccines. Can you tell us now that you will, now that you are pro-vaccine, that you're going to have your organization take these products off the market?
Senator, I have no power over that organization. I'm not part of it. I resigned from the board.
Yeah, that was just a few months ago. You founded that. You certainly have power. You can make that call. Are you supportive of this?
I've had nothing to do with leadership.
Are you supportive of these onesies?
I'm supportive of vaccines.
Are you supportive of this clothing, which is militantly anti-vaccine?
I am supportive of vaccines. I will. I want good science, and I want to protect.
But you will not tell the organization you founded not to continue selling that product. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you want to move from advocacy to public responsibility, Americans are going to need to hear a clear and trustworthy recantation of what you have said on vaccinations, including a promise from you never to say vaccines aren't medically safe when they in fact are. Frankly, you frighten people.
I mean, the fact that he's breathing audibly on the mic, I mean, I guess he can't help that, but...
Hi again, everybody. It's 5 o'clock in New York. Quite a display on Capitol Hill today as Donald Trump's choice to be the top health official in the United States of America, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., appeared in the first of his 2 Senate confirmation.
Oh, my God.
To lead the Department of Health and Human Services. Kennedy has stoked dangerous conspiracy theories on a range of health issues over decades, including spreading lies and skepticism about vaccines, especially the COVID vaccine. He has linked school shootings to antidepressants. He wants to take fluoride out of our water supply, and he wants to remove restrictions on raw milk. On the eve of his hearings, his cousin Caroline Kennedy sent a scathing letter to the United States Senate saying her cousin is unqualified to serve as HHS secretary, even calling him a, quote, predator. Today, RFK Jr. backtracked on his controversial past statements, his appearance essentially amounting to trying to pull a fast one on Congress. He started off denying his anti-vax positions, saying he is, quote, pro-safety and for good science. He confused the government health programs, Medicare and Medicaid, and he flip-flopped on his previously stated comments on women's reproductive health. At one point, throwing the future of the abortion pill, mifepristone, into question. Watch.
I gotta say, this is a pet peeve of mine. I watch decent amount of cable news content. I mean, I know it's, you know, about as relevant as the Charleston at the moment, but in the watching of this kind of content, I've noticed a certain way in which in which they place mics. And it feels like to me they've got one mic that is like, you know, a lavalier mic on her blouse, right? And they seem to have another mic that is miking, I don't know, the table? Because whenever I listen to cable news like this, I hear this like shuffle, shuffle, shuffle of paper. And it's not just like, you know, ambient, like, oh, it's kind of there in the background. You can tell that there's, you know, something happening in the room. No, it's loud. It's loud. It's loud enough that I feel like they do it on purpose. I feel like they're like, let's get that table sound in there. This time somebody dropped like a clipboard. You could hear it. Maybe that would have picked up anyway, but I'm just like, why do they do that? It feels like it's not lav plus overhead, but why are they miking like noisy stuff in the room? They have boom mics? Wait, to get the voice like that, you need that? And the boom mic is just pointed at the table? Is that what's going on? It's just so weird, because it feels like there's got to be ways to omit the sound of papers shuffling if you wanted to.
President Trump has made it clear to me that one of the things, he is not taking a position yet on mifepristone, a detailed position, but he's made it clear to me that he wants me to look at safety issues, and I'll ask NIH and FDA to do that.
Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire dug in on some of Kennedy's flip-flops.
Have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell out the values you've had your whole life in order to be given power by President Trump?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy, that we can't be a moral authority in this country.
Right, but that isn't what you said back in New Hampshire in 2023. My question is, exactly when did you decide to sell out your life's work and values to get this position?
Senator, I agree with President Trump that every abortion is a tragedy.
So what you're telling us, just to be clear, because my time is limited, is that regardless of what you believe, regardless of what values you have, if President Trump tells you to do something, you're going to do it.
I think the date is sometime around when Kamala Harris didn't take his call. Now, when it comes to the role of our country's HHS secretary, that person oversees 13 different agencies, and they impact every single American. These conspiracies and about faces have real life and death consequences. Here's a remarkable exchange where Senator Michael Bennet had a lightning round of questions for this nominee.
Did you say that COVID-19 was a genetically engineered bioweapon that targets black and white people, but spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people?
I didn't say it was deliberately targeted. I just quoted an NIH-funded and NIH published study.
Did you say that it targets black and white people but spared Ashkenazi Jews?
I quoted a study, Your Honor. I quoted an NIH study that showed that.
I'll take that as yes. I have to move on, I have to move on. Did you say that line?
All right, Chad, I was just making sure that we do have the Dan Saltman video. If that ends up getting selected, remember, if you've donated already, or if you're going to donate, now is the time to weigh in on the poll. We are at 57% for TYT on Elon's salute. We are at 64 for more Dan Saltman. Dan Saltman, the salty sidekick of Destiny's podcast, who is one of his only remaining soldiers, one of the only people that are here defending Destiny. Apparently, he went. I'm trying to remember. There's a story here about Dan Saltman. So he takes to his Kick account. His and Destiny's Kick account. It's the Kick account for anything else. That's the Destiny Dan Saltman podcast, and streams on it, just kind of defending Destiny. It was really pathetic. We watched part of it the other day. Then he goes to, I believe it was R Relevant, who is living up to his name these days. Kind of R Relevant, kind of like a Humegalol at this point. But not enough of a Humegalol for Dan to avoid going on and crashing out on his stream. And then I think after that, it was J-Stalk. Dan went on J-Stalk's stream and got very little sympathy. So, yeah, just make sure to let me know if you have, if you want to weigh in with your donation to put it towards any of these topics. We're coming upon the time of the dono goal. Did I see your message? No, I need to see that, Joshua. I was probably looking for the. Sorry, I was looking for the actual Dan Saltman. I wasn't sure I actually had the Dan Saltman thing still, but no, I tracked it down. Can't stand Dan, but I vote for Dan. Vote for Dan. Step in time.
Is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon. I made sure I put in the highly likely. Did you say Lyme disease is a highly likely militarily engineered
Lyme disease as a bioweapon? That's what this motherfucker's saying?
Bioweapon.
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer.
Okay. What is his deal?
Colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it. You said yes. Did you say that exposure to pesticides causes children to become transgender?
No, I never said that.
Okay, I have the record that I'll give to the chairman, and he can make his.
Oh no, I forgot about this.
Did you write in your book, and it's undeniable.
Wait, donate to my choice, Joshua?
That African AIDS is an entirely different disease from Western AIDS. Yes or no?
What?
I'm not sure if I made that.
Okay, I'll give it to the chairman, Mr. Kennedy. And my final question, did you say on a podcast, and I quote, I wouldn't leave abortion to the states. My belief is we should leave it to the woman. We shouldn't have the government involved, even if it's full term. Did you say that, Mr. Kennedy?
Senator, I believe that every abortion is a tragedy.
Did you say it, Mr. Kennedy? This
believe-
matters. It doesn't matter what you come here and say that isn't true, that's not reflective of...
Well, I don't want to say he's shaking. That might be a medical condition.
What you really believe that you haven't said over decade after decade after decade, because unlike other jobs we're confirming around this place, this is a job where it is life and death for the kids that I used to work for in the Denver public schools and for families all over this country that are suffering from living in the richest country of the world that can't deliver basic health care and basic mental health care to them. It's too important for the games that you're playing, Mr. Kennedy.
Wow.
Wow, this is MSNBC for you. They react to a clip with, wow. Can you imagine if I was like that? I was just like, wow.
Before we start the hour, some of our favorite experts.
Wow, chat. Wow.
Friends. Former White House COVID-19 response coordinator under President Joe Biden and the dean at Brown University School of Public Health, Dr. Ashish Shah, is back. Plus, president of Reproductive Freedom for All, Mini Timiraju's here. Also joining us, MSNBC political analyst.
Okay,
I want to bring in NBC.
let's take a look at some of these other clips from RFK Jr.
On Hilliard on Capitol Hill. Mark Short is chairman of the board for Advancing American Freedom. He previously served as chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence. Suzanne Craig is a New York Times investigative reporter and an MSNBC political analyst. Dr. Derek Cass, still with me, along with NBC senior reporter Brandy Zadrozny. Okay, let's talk generally about this hearing. Vaughn, did you hear anything that suggests to you he may have lost some Republican votes?
Bill Cassidy was the one senator that...
Chad, I'm trying to remember. I feel like there's one senator that I am missing as far as RFK goes. Was it Elizabeth Warren? I'm trying to remember. Somebody really roasted him. Somebody really cooked him. I think it might have been Elizabeth Warren.
I'm intrigued to talk to here on Capitol Hill with the commencing of this hearing here. I think that this is important because Bill Cassidy asked him a line of questioning when it came to particularly about Medicaid. Again, when you're being put atop HHS, you're overseeing more than a dozen health agencies.
Yeah, WoW is like Sniper Wolf's thing.
There's an operational part of this. It's not just a position on your vaccines. It's not just your position on nutrition, but it's also a actual functioning of the budgets that are massive when you're talking about CDC.
Oh, I hope you feel better, V.
And ultimately, right, he was asked about mass reimbursement, for example. And I think that is where the line of questioning when it came to Medicaid, in which it seemed to be unclear.
Midas Touch tweeted about the trans chemical exposure thing earlier.
About some of the basic operations of how Medicaid funds are distributed around the country, and especially under the expansion of Medicaid to 40 states now. But I want to let you listen, though, to his response to Senator Cortez Masto.
Oh, yeah, we watched that yesterday, Carolyn Kennedy's statement on him. So if anybody missed that, it basically, she was talking about, she called her brother, I guess, her brother, she called him a predator. Right, and I think she meant that both in terms of, to people like the child care worker that he employed and creeped on, as well as to some of his relatives who she blamed him for leading down the path of addiction. He was, I guess, his apartment, his house was the party place or something, and then she also talks about his falconry habit and how he would relish showing people how he would grind up mice and other animals for to feed to his birds.
Because for Kennedy, he really rose in popularity around the country, not so much of, I guess, by extension of his independent run for the presidency, but even more so as sort of an underground Make America Healthy Again movement that really focused in on changing Americans' diet and also changing what is actually going into American food products. For example, I want to let you listen to part of his response.
President Trump has asked me to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. And
so is that the only reason why you're at HHS? Is that the only reason why then you're at the HHS, to address that one issue?
President Trump has asked me because I'm in a unique position to end that. And that is what I'm doing. And if we don't solve that problem, Senator, all of the other disputes we have about who's paying, and whether it's insurance companies, whether it's providers, whether it's HMOs, whether it's patients or families, all of those are moving deck chairs around on the Titanic. Our ship is sinking.
Essentially, Kennedy, they're owning that, yes, that he saw a groundswell of support not only on the online, but also at the several political events of his that I went to over the course of the last year, plus that there was a movement around him in this effort specifically on that. And that is why, as he acknowledged, it's not his position on abortion that got him elevated to this position, but instead it's the groundswell of support around changing Americans' health and diet that led him here to this moment to be nominated in what he
Look, there was probably a moment in which the Democrats could have used diet and health and really protecting our food system from corporations as an issue. They missed that window. They missed that window. And what's happened in the meanwhile is that natural health as a movement, which it's kind of a broad term, right? Natural health encompasses some modalities that definitely are not helpful and are ways for charlatans to, prey on vulnerable people, to try to charge, exorbitant amounts of money in hopes that they can, cure cancer or something with something that is definitely not going to cure cancer, to things like diet and exercise, which obviously do impact our health greatly. And compared to other countries, the United States is sort of scant in terms of regulations and in terms of regulating dangerous substances that should not be in our food anyway. So there is a constituency there, and there are issues that you would think like a Democratic Party would maybe be the voice for. That ship has sailed, though, and natural health has been subsumed largely into the province of QAnon, into the conspiracy theorists, and it's wrapped up with all the anti-vax shit, and it was, to some extent, like that was there before, but I mean that part of the natural health movement has definitely taken over, and so in order to try to, I don't know if that constituency is as interested in regulations banning certain, food related chemicals as it is in all the other conspiracy shit. So yeah, this is something that I keep on mentioning her name, but that Naomi Klein talks about in her book Doppelganger. This is one of the examples of diagonalism. This is one of the examples of Republicans being able to capture a constituency which was not naturally theirs, right? The yoga moms or whatever, not necessarily Republican voters, actually maybe more likely to be Democratic voters, although it's not like that anymore. And yeah, a lot of this just shifted gears during COVID. But had the Democrats, taken some of these issues more seriously, instead of being legitimately in the pocket of big ag, that part's true. They might have they might not have lost these voters to to Bannon and his crew, and it's just like a series of sort of interest-based identities that the Republicans have been able to sew together.
Lead to his confirmation.
Yeah, Suzanne, that's what's interesting, among other things about this, right? Because there are things that Robert F. Kennedy will say.
Hot Ham Radio, I'm so interested in what's in the bucket. I need to know. I want to cook those giant buckets of mashed potatoes and get that big spoon that looks like a paddle for like some kind of boat or something, and just dip it in there and pull it out and just eat a big bite of mashed potatoes.
Americans don't eat well necessarily, that resonate with a lot of people, right? So the task going in seemed to be for him to downplay the more controversial things that he has said, maybe to separate himself from the person his own cousin, Caroline Kennedy, called just late yesterday in a letter a predator. And I don't know, present a more buttoned-down, pragmatic version of himself. But I wonder if what you saw today, in which ways that is or is not.
Hell yeah, free physio.
Bobby Kennedy, you have covered.
I think America needs more physios.
Right. It was interesting to see his position on vaccines. And I think coming into this, I think many senators have decided that they're going to believe what he's saying, despite what he has said in the past. He was pretty adamant today that he now supports vaccines. He said, I am supportive of them, even when
he's so full of shit.
And presented, I think, rather colorfully by Bernie Sanders with these onesie jumpsuits for toddlers that say, no vax, no problem, that the Children's Health Defense.
Remember that story where he is hiking and he sees some parents with their baby? And he's like, that's a wonderful little baby you've got there. Whatever you do, don't vax it. Don't get it vaxxed. Don't get the baby vaxxed.
Organization he until recently led have been selling. There's multiple.
Oh, Carolyn Kennedy is the cousin of RFK. Thank you.
Statements of him on the record against vaccinations, and now he's saying he was simply
He's so full of shit. Oh, he was misunderstood. This guy is such a liar.
Surprised today that the discussion pivoted more towards abortion, but I think
look, you know, the two ways that Trump is understood as honest is by people who think that, you know, that I don't know, like, obviously Trump isn't honest. He's anything but honest. He's the world's biggest liar. But there's a reason that Trump fans think that he's honest, right? There's two meanings to that word. There's honesty, as in not lying, not bearing false witness. And then there's honesty, as in saying what you really think. And Trump definitely says what he really thinks, like to a fault. And his fans look at that and they're like, what an honest guy. What an honest guy. He's honest, as in he's forthcoming with his opinions, even when they're controversial. So they're like, yeah, so that's honest, right? So I know it's wild. It's wild how that works. I kind of think that that probably RFK benefits from some of that too. Even when he's just lying to your face, even when you see him say something, you confront him about it. What did you mean by you think that this virus affects blacks and or Caucasian or like black people and white? Oh God, he said it in such a weird way too. It affects black people and white people, but it's, you know, not Ashkenazi Jews, as in. Anyway, there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack in RFK Jr.'s statement, right? That it you know, it's questionable, and he acts like, no, what are you talking about? I was just repeating what I heard in a study. I didn't mean anything. I didn't mean to be racist about it. I wasn't being racist.
I think they're trying to surface the fact that he was pro-choice for a long time now. Now, when he's confronted with that position, he again has done an about face, and he says, you know,
it's an about face. Oh my God.
President Trump, that every abortion.
Oh, that's what he said.
He's changed his position on that.
Yeah, that's right, Chazardis. He said it spared Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people.
I think that senators on the Democratic side were trying to elevate that issue. Just, I think, you know, there's a lot of Republicans who have strong views on that, and I think they wanted to keep surfacing it. But one of the things, it's interesting that Vaughn, you know, brought up Medicare and Medicaid, because one.
I mean, there's one little telltale sign of somebody being especially anti-Semitic, and it's when they make a point to differentiate.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. Can Congress call Joe Rogan as a witness for the RFK hearing?
They need to call Joe Rogan. They need to get him in there. There's like a red flag that I see with a lot of people when they're like contrasting Jews and white people, right? And it's like this whole thing, and that used to be probably how Americans saw things. Whiteness obviously is a social construct on top of a social construct, and who's in and out of the whiteness club has changed over the decades and over the centuries, right? But there's a lot of these right wingers that seem to want to like turn that back and be like and put a you know contrast, like the I'm thinking Theo Vaughn said something like this, right? And as much as people are always like they're falling all over each other falling all over themselves to forgive Theo Vaughn for his inartful and totally not anti-Semitic statement. I mean, the dude was literally saying, yeah, the only thing is like, why do Jewish people hate white dudes so much? And it's like, there it is, dude. Like, there it is. Not only Like, look, I'm willing to say that maybe with Theo Vaughn, you know, people don't want to take him as like that he's not very smart, and they sort of forgive him based on that. Okay, you can maybe convince me that the reason that he said, you know, he did that contrast thing is he's around people that talk like that, right? And he doesn't realize that these people are anti-Semitic, but he literally thinks that Jewish people have it in for him as a white dude. He literally thinks that shit. I don't know what to say.
One of the things I thought Kennedy was quite weak on was his understanding of Medicaid. You know, he made a number of statements that didn't quite jive, including...
Yeah, but Chazardis, that actually makes his statement even weirder, because he didn't say Sephardic Jews.
High premiums for the program. It's not a program where that's an issue. It, for the most part, doesn't have premiums. It's for people with less income. So I thought that was surprising. And also, his character didn't really come up, and maybe that's not a surprise in this current environment. But that letter yesterday was explosive from his cousin. So many people are talking about it, and it got a mention at the end, but that was really it.
Yeah, I want to go back for a second, if I can, Mark, to the abortion issue.
Yeah, he didn't say Mizrahi. He said Ashkenazi specifically, in
one of the
contrast to white people.
Vocal in opposing Kennedy for his longtime support of abortion. And I think early on, when the nomination first came out, it was expected to be a problem for him among Republicans. Did you believe what he was saying today? And do you think this is going to be a problem for him with Republicans on that committee who are largely, very clearly anti-abortion?
Well, Chris, I would certainly welcome any convert to the pro-life cause.
Is there a movement with it? Was that who was trying to get at that? Who was trying to get about into his are there Democrats? Was it Bernie? Like, is he trying to do the thing where he's like exposing to the pro-life Republicans that this guy has said some pretty pro-choice stuff in the past?
However,
and do you think he's a convert?
I think there should be better questions directed as opposed to simply saying, I'll do what President Trump wants. I think the reality is that Senator Hassan made a great point that Republicans will be complicit in putting forward perhaps the most pro-abortion nominee ever put forward by a Republican administration into this role. And it makes it a lot harder for Republicans to oppose a Democrat nominee in the future.
It was Bernie.
On the grounds of life. And I think that, we hope that there's a conversion on RFK, but
Bernie's basically calling him a poser.
It was only a few months ago that his campaign.
Yeah, I would be surprised if this actually, if Republicans started voting against him because of abortion.
Was supporting abortion through all 9 months of a pregnancy. And I think that it does go beyond that, though. I think this shows Donald Trump's true triumph over Senate Republicans, because it's hard to think of a time when someone is asked to join the cabinet of a Republican administration who has called the NRA a terrorist group, who has asked for the complete shutdown of all fossil fuel production in the United States, who has said that meat producers are a bigger threat to the country than Osama bin Laden, who has said that COVID was designed to target Asians and African Americans and to spare Jews. It's kind of remarkable that this it's a person who would be asked to join a cabinet in a Republican administration, and yet there's so little actual opposition from any Republican in the Senate on this nomination. I think just illustrates the Donald Trump's true triumph over Senate Republicans.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. What was it, 14 months? I have to check my own math that he was running for president on the Democratic side. Okay, Brandy, let's talk about the vaccine controversy, because this was one that came up again and again. And he tried to explain his past statements on vaccines. And here's an exchange with Senator Ron Wyden.
Are you lying to Congress today when you say you are pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Yeah, Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast.
That statement I made has been repeatedly debunked.
Was a fragment of the statement. He asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective. And I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them. including vaccines.
Right. So
he interrupted.
That's true, but it's something that doctors take into consideration when using tools like vaccine. It's used because the benefits outweigh the risk.
Did me at that point.
And it's really easy for these, anti-vax shitheads to come along and just try to turn that, that grain of truth that no, very few medical interventions are ones that can cause no harm, right? Very, very few medical, a lot of stuff can potentially harm you. It's the question of the risk versus the reward.
I've corrected it many times, including on national TV.
He says now he's not anti-vaccine, but I wonder, what does history tell us?
This is marketing. He was the leader of an anti-vaccination movement and the most well-funded nonprofit.
You're saying this is him marketing himself right
Kennedy's nonprofit, he's now resigned as of December. It's called Children's Health Defense. Who could be against children or defending their health? It sounds
defending their health against vaccines is what he's
great.
implying.
He's not anti-vaccine. He's pro-health freedom. This is what these groups do. They consistently in mainstream say, we just want safe vaccines. Who would be against that? But
yeah, I feel like twisting logic the way that largely the Trump administration, but really, I mean, the Republicans have been doing this for decades. The Democrats have been doing this in some way for decades. This is really dangerous, right? When broken logic is presented as coherent and is allowed to win the narrative, win the day, it sort of trains people to accept bullshit, to suspend their critical thinking faculties. And it's in and of itself, right? It's harmful. I forgot that's who that is. Yeah, Jazzardus, I forgot about that. That's Cheryl Hines, and she did not, in fact, leave him. At one time, supposedly, she said that if he, got on Team Trump, she would leave him, but then she changed her mind.
I was glad to see some of it, really a thimbleful of what's out there represented today in the committee. He says that he has said that he goes up to women and parents carrying babies on a hiking trail and says, you better not vaccinate that baby if you want to save that baby. He says, touted today, I have all my kids vaccinated, but in podcasts with Charlie Kirk and his group, Children's Health Defense, he has said if he would pay anything to be able to reverse that decision because vaccines have caused all of his children's allergies. It's a lie. It's just a lie.
So, Doctor, most people would agree. Why wouldn't you agree with him? We want vaccines to be safe, right? But as we listen to him and after what you heard today, do you think he could effectively lead HHS?
No, I'm sorry. No, definitely not. I mean, for so many reasons, not just related to his desire to convey misinformation and questioning around safe and effective vaccines. But in fact, he doesn't understand what the agency does. He got so many questions wrong, facts wrong, understandings of funding or access to Medicare and Medicaid, both of which he doesn't seem to understand. He confused the Indian Health Service with federally qualified health centers. So no, of course, Americans want our vaccines to be safe and effective, and they are, because our process at the FDA is robust. And when vaccines are approved and people take them, they can trust in our process. What happens when he overreaches, something that's never happened before, and starts asking for reauthorizations or removal of authorizations of vaccines? Then we'll see exactly what happened in American Samoa, where vaccine rates went from 70% to 30%, and he continued to sow that misinformation and disinformation, and people died.
Okay, I want to get into this Dan Saltman stuff. I guess that's where we're going. I haven't heard anything from chat about anybody else wanting to make a play for the bonus topic for tonight. So I'll take a look really quickly at the majority report.
Let's play this clip of Ron Wyden talking to RFK Jr. I mean, it was 7 minutes. Maybe we can start it a little bit into it. But Wyden went hard. What was also interesting, and Maggie Hassan, after this, senator from New Hampshire, started praising Kennedy's past statements of being pro-choice. Now, to be fair...
Oh, so she was trying to do exactly what Chazardis was talking about.
We're all the way back in 2023. And Kennedy does have trouble maintaining consistency with certain things.
I want to point out that Maggie Hassan is one of the people that voted for the Laken Riley Act.
Over the course of, a matter of months.
For denying due process.
But apparently it caused a cat turd. Is that his name on...
yes, that's his name, Sam.
On Twitter to pull his endorsement of RFK. But here is...
Oh, wow, so the reverse psychology worked.
Ron Wyden speaking to RFK about his past position on vaccines.
Mr. Kennedy, you have spent years pushing conflicting stories about vaccines. You say one thing, and then you say another. In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective." In your testimony today...
Pause it for 1 second. I just also got to say, that is not me breathing that heavily. It is one of our geriatric senators who apparently...
Oh, I thought I attributed it to RFK.
Didn't realize they're breathing into the microphone. It could have been RFK. I don't know. But somebody is on there is like if they've been wheeled in on some type of ventilator.
At what point is our Senate going to be just a bunch of Darth Vaders? They're all more machine than man.
You're not anti-vax. You note that all your kids are vaccinated. But in a podcast in 2020, you said, and I quote, "You would do anything, pay anything to go back in time and not vaccinate your kids." Mr. Kennedy, all of these things cannot be true. So, are you lying to Congress today when you say you are pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Yeah, Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement. He asked me, and anybody who actually goes and looks at that podcast and will see this. He asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective, and I was going to continue for every person.
Where's the Darth Vader noise coming from? Like, I thought it was RFK, but Sam's saying it's maybe one of the senators?
Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right. So
he interrupted me at that point.
Now, pause it for a second. I just want to say, I've watched that, and it's quite possible that he was going to go on to say for every person. But then why isn't he on there also talking, there's no medicine whatsoever?
Exactly.
That is safe and effective.
And this is just the fucked up thing, right? You know, it's like he's saying something that is true in and of itself, in that, you know, there's no vaccine that isn't going to have some people with adverse reactions. That's why there's like a number for adverse reactions. But as a public health measure, when the benefit outweighs the risk, then the vaccine is recommended. And you can't have that if you're going to let something like, you know, the fact that yeah, some people can be sensitive to and have adverse reactions. If you're going to let that, like, you know, convince you that against the preponderance of evidence that says it's safe and effective
for every person. There's actually, you know what? There's no foods that are safe for every person.
Yeah, you could be allergic to a lot of stuff.
Nothing that exists in the world is safe for every person. You could be petting a little tiny kitten, and maybe it has some type of like virus on it, and it scratches you, and you die of cat scratch fever. It's just like
Staph aureus, I think.
These are hedging terms. He has said, I run into people when I'm hiking up in the Topanga Canyon or wherever it is up in LA, and I tell them, don't get your kids vaccinated. And hopefully he'll hear it, and then somebody else will say it to him, and they won't get their kids vaccinated. My own personal conversations with him, where he was convinced it was the
I always forget that Sam worked with this guy on Bob's Burgers. No, just kidding. No. Sam worked with this guy on another podcast.
And then when I was like, a couple years later, they've taken the thimerosal out, and there's no increase in autism rates. It's still in there. What? It's just a coincidence that every other vaccine is also problematic. Go ahead.
Vaccines.
Right. So
he interrupted me at that point. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV. You know about.
Chat, is that the thinnest tie in all of Congress? Like, I don't know much about men's fashions, but that's an awfully thin tie. And his what's up with his collar? His collar is thin, is incredibly like narrow. Worked with them at Air America too.
Senator Wyden, so bringing this up right now is dishonest.
let's be clear about what you've actually done then, since you want to deny your statements. For example, you have
Kennedy
a
who's breathing
history
like that.
of trying to take vaccines away from people. In May of 2021,
It's a hipster tie. It's a podcaster tie.
when you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to not only block Americans from having access to the COVID vaccine, but to prevent any future access to the life-saving vaccine. Are you denying that? Your name is on the petition.
We brought that petition after CDC recommended the COVID vaccine without any scientific basis for 6-year-old children. Most experts agree today, even the people who did it back then, that COVID vaccines are inappropriate for 6-year-old children who basically have a zero risk from COVID. That's why I brought that lawsuit. I don't want to. I want to emphasize
Mr. Kennedy, the facts.
Is that even anywhere close to? Wait, are they protesting Kennedy?
All right, we could go on with this, but we don't need.
Are they protesting for Kennedy?
Well, a couple of points. One, this petition was not revoke the use of the vaccine for 6-year-olds and under. It was to revoke the use of the vaccine, period. The COVID vaccine. So that's disingenuous by Kennedy. And then Wyden goes on to read stuff from Kennedy's book on measles, where he says measles parents have been fooled into thinking that measles is deadly. And he says it's only 1 in 10,000 kids who would get die from measles in the 60s.
Look, chat, he is the healthiest man in America, right? He has anything wrong with him?
Carnivore diet will fix that.
Carnivore diet will fix that.
Yeah, Bradley, put up this. There's a type of fallacy that's being used a lot by Republicans here called the Mott and Bailey. And can you make that smaller so we can see the whole thing? And this is just what a Mott and Bailey is from medieval times.
Oh, wow. This is debate. This is basic debate tactics that we're learning here.
The fallacy goes is where the argument conflates two positions that share similar.
Wait, do I always mix them up? The Bailey is the less defensible and the Mott is the more defensible?
Similarities, one modest and easy to defend, and one much more controversial and harder to defend. That's the Bailey, the easy one is the Mott. The arguer advances the controversial position, but when challenged, insists that only the more modest position is being advanced. Upon retreating to the Mott, the arguer may claim that the Bailey has not been refuted, and you see this with RFK here. You also see this with Hegseth when he's like, on those podcasts where I said no women in combat positions, actually I meant we need standards, and if they pass the standards, then fine. It's type of chicken shit argument.
I will also say, just in watching the
yeah, I was thinking for some reason the Bailey was the defensible one.
The questioning, it was it John Kennedy from Louisiana, Republican, I think it was. Was that who?
I mean, it doesn't really matter unless we're going to invade a castle, but...
Was questioning RFK Jr. Is he a doctor? And...
Oh, are you talking about the Medicaid questioning?
Yes.
Cassidy's a doctor.
Oh, John Cassidy.
Other
Bill
Louisiana
Cassidy,
senator.
right, Cassidy. Mm. And Cassidy was asking him about Medicare, and I'll tell you something. RFK did not expect to have, it seems, anyone, no less a Republican, question him on actual questions regarding...
no, I think in this case, Roxy, it's one comment every 25 seconds.
Medicare, Medicaid. In addition to RFK...
I'm just trying to keep the trolls from typing the letters to the N-word one letter at a time, as they often do.
Celebrating Medicare Advantage, which is a complete ripoff, both for the U.S. government and for a lot of the subscribers to it. And yes, Kennedy gets Medicare Advantage. I'm quite sure he has other health insurance as well. That is not Medicare. He doesn't rely on. But he doesn't seem to know any of the intricacies of this agency. People, people talk about he's going to be a head of HHS and he's going to institute, no processed food or whatever it is. I don't know how he's going to go about doing that. That seems to be all to be legislative. He's not going to have the only thing he's going to be able to do, really, from his stated agenda, is to inhibit vaccines. But putting that aside, he doesn't seem to understand any of the dynamics.
But also, have we not learned by now that from all the myriad of Supreme Court justices that said, I know what stare decisis is. I understand precedent. I will not overturn decided precedent. Have we not learned that these people just lie to get through their nomination, and then when they get in, they do whatever the fuck they want?
They're going to be necessary for overseeing Medicare and Medicaid. They understand, HHS is a huge, huge agency. I think after the VA, in terms of what we're talking about, discretionary spending, it is, and some of it is non-discretionary, it being Medicare. I think it's the second biggest agency there is on a dollar for dollar basis. And he doesn't seem to understand.
Yeah, remember that the height advantage is always easier to defend? Well, that's yeah, but I forget which one is the height. I forget which one. I don't know castles.
Intricacies of stuff like Medicare and Medicaid. That seems to be an afterthought. And I mean, he's just wholly unqualified, aside from the anti-vax stuff. But we'll see.
Maybe we'll play it tomorrow with Emma, but I liked the questioning where he was asked, so you have all this tough talk about bodily autonomy, and what is your position on Trump's anti-abortion policy? He's like, I agree with Trump about abortion being a tragedy.
Over and over again. Also, I don't think that there has ever in the history of this country been a nominee who says the words cousins more than RFK. Everything is about, he's got so many cousins. Some are this.
He is a Kennedy. He is a Kennedy.
Like, I don't know why he keeps like citing his cousins, as if like somehow his cousins are representative of the.
He's like reminding. He's just reminding. By the way, I'm a Kennedy. All my cousins, all my fellow Kennedys.
If he wasn't from that family, no one would be paying attention to him.
Yep. Hey, folks, don't forget.
Oh my God, that's spooky. Okay, so enough of the Sam jump scare. Let's take a look at the Dan jump scare. Can we do some Dan's jump scares? Some Five Nights at Dan Saltman's? Hell yeah.
All right, let me see. All right, why did you delete the Organizing Against Twitch Discord channel? Hold on one second.
So there's this chat. There's apparently he talked to Irrelevant.
Let me look. Where is it? What the fuck am I looking for?
I can't even remember how to spell Irrelevant's name.
What was I just looking for? Why am I so retarded? Why can't I remember what I was just about to do?
It's like relevant.
What was I looking for? Someone tell me.
I can't remember. There are 2 H's or there are 3 H's.
Hello? Website. Discord. Oh, Discord channel Twitch. Yes, that's what I was checking to see if it got deleted. Hold on.
Oh my God, chat. There's Dan debating Irrelevant on oh, this was all on JStalk. I think this was all on JStalk. Interesting.
That's fucked up. Did it? Well, I'll tell you who didn't do it. It wasn't me, because I ain't got fucking mod in this goddamn bullshit. All right? But that's fine. I had my own Discord anyways. It probably should have been moved from there at that point. Whatever. It's fine. JStalk is restreaming you. Hey! Hey! JStalk? Not okay. You can do it afterwards. You can't do it in real time. That's the fair rules, okay? You want to go over my VOD later when I'm done? That's fair, okay? You can watch the whole fucking thing. I'll even leave it up.
Oh no.
In real time, okay?
Okay, so yeah, this is something that I've dealt with too. When you're a similar size to another streamer, you're really not or bigger, you're really not supposed to react to their content while they're still alive. People do it anyway, but you know, you're stealing their views, I guess, is the idea. JStalk was reacting to Dan's VOD because Dan is crashing out and it's content. I do see this video of discussing Destiny's response to the Pxie lawsuit. Unfortunately, yeah, this is the JStalk stream. Unfortunately, the channel hosting it is Mr. Girl Origins. I don't know, chat. I want to continue to pretend like Mr. Girl doesn't exist.
Stop eating my views. Not acceptable. We don't do that to each other, okay? Bad.
The R word is just childish and cringe. Yeah, you got a 50-something-year-old man here using a schoolyard taunt.
What is... Hold on. What the fuck else was I clicking? Hold on. God, I hate fucking streaming without a second. Why didn't I bring my second monitor with me? I even have a portable monitor. Why am I so fucking retarded?
And it's literally to make himself fit in, to make himself cool. Like he's literally trying. That's his hello fellow kids. Saying the R slur is his hello fellow kids.
Hold on. If you want a mod, blah blah blah. Okay. Hold on. I am. Oh, Hassan Abi link. Copy link. Hold on. Let me go take a look at this real quick. Where the fuck? Right here. Control Command V. Enter. Wait.
This is great content.
Hold on. I gotta make sure that you guys can hear this.
This is excellent content.
Let me turn sound here. Correct.
What was that? So why don't it was for like 1, 2, 3, 4 against one? Knockers? No one was it. No one was it.
Oh, that's not good. So this on top of the other thing where Hassan was sharing nudes. So he's done it a few times. Look at that guy, the bro tip guy. You know him. He's definitely someone that's had sex.
So yeah, Hassan's explanation is that he's opening Snapchat and his DMs have got nudes that people are sending him. That's a little different than filming someone without their consent and then sharing it, sending the file out there. Because, like, you know, when you're talking about revenge porn, and I know, like, people like to, actually, it's not technically revenge porn, whatever. You know, it's in that realm. When you're talking about that, the harm is that nudes of you get out into the wild and are maybe sent to your friends and family, right? That's the issue. But he's trying to be like,
with a prostitute at a brothel that was later raided.
oh my God.
And there was a...
So I said I didn't think that Hassan was going to react to Dan. He didn't react to him directly, but I think he reacted to like a clip that Dan on Twitter.
Guy who went to jail as a result of that raid, and actually some women that were underage.
He is just like the most dishonest fuck you could ever imagine. He is twisting the fuck out of this narrative to try to get something that looks like, well, maybe Hassan was also bad. Destiny's bad. Well, maybe Hassan is. If you think that Destiny's bad, look at this thing that Hassan did. Oh, did he have sex with at a brothel? Was that brothel raided?
I guess I want to say freed as a result. Yeah, that brothel, that one that Hassan had sex with a prostitute at. Yeah, the government did give some money back to the brothel, but there was that guy that went to jail and the woman that was sex trafficked there. Yeah. I hope it wasn't the same one that Hassan slept with. I'm not sure if the timelines match up or anything. That's just...
Look at this.
Yeah,
look at that. I don't know, but maybe, like, in my wildest imagination.
Good. Yeah, not good.
He's going to put on his Russian doomer music. Is that what this guy listens to? Does he exclusively listen to Wojak music?
J-Stock is saying Destiny gave you talking points. No. Not true. Wait, why would... Come on, man. Come on, man. Really? Really? You think so? I came on your stream for nothing. I could have streamed over you. How are you going to do that for me? That's fucked up. Hey, wait, I'm not... He shouldn't be streaming me right now. So he shouldn't be... Let me just make sure. Good. Okay. All right. So, it's not true. So, wait, are you saying that Ludwig went to the same brothel? No, I'm not saying that. Whatever. You say Destiny has changed a lot the last year, but seemingly all he does is sit trying to giga chat it away. What makes you say that he's meaningfully changed? So when you're in a situation like this, you react as a streamer first. That's it. I think that makes...
How does Hassan doing something act as defense for Destiny? They're literally just trying to create a distraction.
Like, you guys are... How about this? Why don't you guys tell me someone who's the best example of someone who fucked up and then was like, oops, sorry, I fucked up, my bad, and then like things are better. Like, was it Atrioc? You think he's fucking doing...
I think Cherry is in that chat and asking Dan. Yeah, the whole chat is saying address Cherry.
Like super hot right now, the guy that was like jerking off the deepfakes. It never fucking works doing that, no matter what. Like he can be sorry and say shit.
So now his excuse is that, look, apologizing for something doesn't get you out of trouble.
Private, but
you have to giga chat it, and you have to either say like what I did wasn't wrong, or I don't care, or you deny that you did it even though you obviously did.
People that are like probably trying to fucking sue him at this point and everything else. So you know, I think he can't say what you guys wanted to say. All you guys, you just want fucking blood in the water. That's it. Address Cherry. What the fuck am I supposed to address? I've already said to Cherry that I feel horrible of all that shit that happened, but I have no idea what the fuck happened there. I'm just, as things are, that's bad. Not only, but I don't know like what more I'm supposed to say. That's like I disavow all this stuff, but this is also stuff that happened around the same time. It's not bad. It's like, you know, along the same thing. It's like sharing non-consensual shit. It's fucking really bad. I feel like I've already disavowed that behavior, and I would never do that. That's why I've been married for 20 years. I'm a different man than Big Steve. That's fine. So I stand with Cherry. If she was secretly fucking recorded, that's fucked up. I think that's fucked up. It's not good. And by the way, when I say all this, about all these people, about Pxie, about Cherry and everything, I mean it when I say that, like, it's fucked up. None of this should happen to them. But I also want to caution this by saying that, like, I don't know the full details of any of this, right? And like, I'm not saying this is true. I have no idea if this is true. No one has said, even remotely said this. But hypothetically, I'm not even gonna say it. You know, forget it, because you guys just fucking lose your fucking mind over anything. Look, I'm reserving my judgment because Steve can't defend himself right now on anything. He can't fucking say anything about anything because he's literally
This is so
like,
straightforward.
getting
It
threatened to get
just
sued.
basically
So how the
means
fuck
like
am
he
I gonna
doesn't give a
judge him?
shit
A guy that
about
normally
people doing sex crimes potentially, unless he can use it as a way to deflect the attention away from himself. Dems is now the fourth woman to come forward to accuse Destiny of illegally recording her without her consent. She says that when she refused to have sex with him, he weaponized the illegal voice recordings as a part of a smear campaign to silence her. That's insane. This is old lore, isn't it? Completely insane. No, I think that there is no parity here at all. There's no equivalence here at all.
how I feel with you, Hassan. So fuck off. Keep your fucking shit to yourself. Enjoy it while you can for the last fucking few days until your world.
The potential sex crimes that they said had happened. That's number one. Like a boundary breaking moral quandary at all. It's simply just something he doesn't care about until he can just deploy it as like a parachute cord. This is what Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying when Matt Gaetz's investigation in the House Ethics Committee was slated to come out. And I'm certain that, you know, Mr. Liberal himself probably shit on Marjorie Taylor Greene in that regard. I mean, this just straightforward. This is so straightforward. It just basically means like he doesn't give a shit about people doing sex crimes potentially, unless he can use it as a way to deflect the attention away from himself. Like, this means you're covering for 20 other streamers. If what he's saying is true, which I don't know if what he's saying is true.
This is Destiny claiming he can take 20 other streamers down with him.
Or not. But if what he's saying is true, then he's offering shelter to 20 sex criminals. That's ridiculous. His delusion.
Well, no, he's sitting on a nuke for these people. He's got compromise. Like, right? He finds out about sex crimes ostensibly. I don't know what he's, implying there, but, and then he uses that as leverage over them. They better not piss him off. They better not say anything that's inconvenient to him. Otherwise, he's going to start firing those nukes.
Fans are saying they hope you're one of the names, like he has some kind of nuke to destroy you that he didn't want to use.
Yeah, he never used it. He was just he was sitting on that thing.
That's insane. What is this? Oh, I did see this.
Forever, right? Like, these people want Steve to be fucking canceled forever when he's someone that literally is making the world, I think, a better place. To my fellow orbiters or coworkers, if you're one of my coworkers out there and you're making your little bit of a strong statement about how much you condemn Destiny and everything else, you better not let me fucking find you doing something else and signing some other bullshit off for someone else. All this is just virtue signaling fucking bullshit, okay?
I love how they think that this fucking gangster, these gangster threats that they're making are gonna...
Because it's like, oh my God, sharing nudes?
They're gonna make them look good.
Okay, I'm out of here immediately, right? Or Hassan, Hamas piker, who denies any fucking rapes happened. You have zero fucking credibility to stand on anything, okay?
This is what I mean. It's like, instead of addressing the actual problem, they'll just, think about it this way, okay? Think about it this way. First of all, I didn't do that. That's a lie to begin with.
What did he do to Cherry? Well, Cherry says that she was recorded in a intimate act with Destiny without her even knowing that it was happening. Definitely without her permission.
Even though my criticisms of the New York Times coverage
Is he 45? Wait, Dan is 45? He looks
incredibly valid and 100
much older.
The Israeli prosecutor's office openly admitted recently that there has been no victims or immediate family members that have come forward, and there's simply no way for them to prosecute the potential.
And he didn't deny that there were sex crimes, right? Before we even knew that there, before anything was even confirmed, he said that there likely were. And then, when I think there's one that's confirmed, he pointed that out too.
Sex crimes that they said had happened. That's number one. Number two, this is still fucking whataboutism. And number three, the last thing I want to mention here is this, okay? How would this community respond if I had done something like this? Because that would be a valid instance of them coming after me for once.
I mean, you could be right, Roxy Mused. I have no idea.
Principle still holds. It's like, when my guy does something heinous, it's not that big of a deal. When someone I hate isn't even doing something wrong, I will work actively to try and make it seem like he has done something wrong and make it seem like it is the largest moral failing that anyone has ever seen. Purchasing a house, for example, leasing a fucking car. Like, it is insane to me that there are so many people in this community still that legitimately will look for anything and everything in my commentary to disparage me, and have done it actively for literally 5 fucking years nonstop. Don't forget he went to fucking Asmongold to help fight against Twitch anti-Semitism. Yeah, he did do that. That's true.
I don't give it. Like, for you, Stephen would have to rape everyone that was at October 7th, right? That festival, for him to be on the level of what you are. That's
What? Does DDG Commander Dan Saltman, bootlicker of Epstein, is he claiming that I did the rapes on October 7? Like, how horny are you to try to make a fucking compelling case to defend Epstein that you just say something completely insane? No, I think that there is no parity here at all. There's no equivalence here at all.
how I feel with you, Hassan. So fuck off. Keep your fucking shit to yourself. Enjoy it while you can for the last fucking few days until your world fucking collapses. Dipshit. Fucking rape denial.
So now, what does Dan mean there? Vadim thinks that Dan is talking about the Ethan Klein nuke, which supposedly is coming out tomorrow. I mean, this is the eel pit. This is the content nuke that never drops, but maybe it's a maybe it's a hypersonic missile. It's just circling around the planet over and over again. I don't know, chat. I don't know. But Vadim thinks that Dan might be implying the Ethan nuke, which he and Destiny likely worked with Ethan to procure the information that Ethan's going to put forward. Essentially what Ethan does is launders it for them. It gives a plausible deniability that this is just another cancel campaign coming from Diddy G.
Fucking rapist, nude sharing, brothel patroning, creepy ass, old ass motherfucker. But I think it's going to be a bad luck for any of these people.
Bro, you're like 50. What are you talking about? Like, I don't even know where to begin. I don't know where to address. I don't know where to start the process of addressing any number of different things.
Said that their morals, this is too far, they can't interact with a person like this before. If we find out that you're interacting or you have interacted with someone that's done something worse, if that's the case, you're going to look really fucking stupid and like a hypocrite. That's all, right? Like if you're currently...
Yeah, these guys... That's the funniest part about this is like, it's just like, so now apparently Destiny went to an illegal massage parlor in Los Angeles. So I guess like Destiny has actually gone to an illegal massage parlor. I went to a legal brothel, which he knows was rated not for sex trafficking, mind you. He knows it was rated for tax evasion. That's why he tries to like couch it in an effort not to get hit with like some sort of like slander suit, But the funniest part,
yeah, no, it's the funniest thing in the world, right? A guy that's probably the oldest. No, I shouldn't say that. He's definitely not the oldest, a DGer, but amongst those circles, he's probably used to being like the oldest person in a, in a conversation. So it's just like, I don't know. I don't know how to take that. Is it a joke? Is it a shit post? I don't know what he's doing there.
has to be him saying, "You old ass motherfucker," when he's like 55 years old, crashing out in
Maybe it's just more gaslighting.
In defense of the guy who he's like tried to ride into some semblance of fame at the brittle age of 55. This guy looks like the sick guy in a Theraflu commercial, and he's got fat guy who lost a lot of weight energy.
Hanging out with like a streamer that does like rape denial all day, every day, or that has killed someone on a DUI or something along those lines. Like it's gonna be, once we find that out, I think that's like gonna be kind of a rough one to be like why you threw someone under the bus just for clout a little bit. And when I say threw them under the bus, it's like you get a little bit of clout by right now. It's you got a little boost by saying you're never gonna talk with Steve again. And anyways, all that shit. I just want to throw this out there.
Yeah, he's trying to pull the ranks of the orbiters back in by saying like, "How dare you align with Hassan? He's done so much worse. Remember all the many years that we've said Hassan is much worse." Did he say you just kill somebody? I don't know if he was talking about me. I don't know who the fuck he's talking about at that point. A DUI, like who killed someone? What?
Because in general, fuck Hassan, right? Fuck everyone that's using this as a jumping off point to like try and make their side win or anything else like that. Like what happened is that like Steve fucked himself up from like 2 years ago.
Look.
This is like behavior. I will stand by this for the most part. I think that this is behavior he fucking greatly regrets. Don't let me capture you in 4K.
It's not about whose side won. It's about whose side lost. And this is the permanent L for Destiny and for Diddy G. They're not going to be taken seriously anymore. And even if Destiny fucking leaves, even if all these people disavow him, we're going to remember where they got famous. We're going to remember where they're from. And they are going to have zero credibility going forward.
Being a virtue signaling cunt that, felony capture that event from any.
Yeah, he's just virtue signaling. I think he's making up fanfics of what will you be found out for. Dude, it's just crazy. If you have to like make shit up about me, then maybe I'm not that bad of a person.
There we go. If you have to make stuff up about me, maybe I'm not that bad of a
All right, y'all, I can't deal with this
person. Kyle
would come out and release a huge amount of information saying why this isn't true, why that isn't true, everything else. And he's in a position right now where he's literally strangleholded, where he can't talk about it at all. So
he's strangleholded.
Hold my judgment for
Strangleheld.
Everything, but as
what is Dan trying to say?
Of course, disavow all of it. So yeah. Okay, what else? Dan, do you feel embarrassed about your anti-Twitch crusade being associated with a sex criminal? I don't think Hassan's like directly associated with it. Like, I mean, he's a target of the Twitch crusade, but I wouldn't say he's associated with it, like specifically. Like I've talked about him a lot, but in general, he's just one of like a lot of people that are part of the problem on Twitch. But I haven't like communicated with him specifically on like strategies or anything having to do with Twitch or anything else along those lines. So, ain't no way, Dan reading chat on screen. Yes, I am. What Rust servers do you play on? Usually Rusty Moose Monthly, but as I said, I haven't played until I've started to see the course turn my way. Lots of people coming back. Kobe, Trump, fucking Russell Brand. Okay.
Yeah, that was a big one that I kept on seeing in my comments, right? They're like, well, Trump is president. Trump is a rapist. I guess that's way worse than anything Destiny is. So I guess Destiny didn't do anything. I guess, as long as you're not as bad as Trump, you can survive.
Destiny has moved away from degeneracy. Why is he currently following Empath Chan on Twitter? I don't know what the fucking Empath Chan is. Is that some 4chan shit?
Should we just like scroll through here, see if there's anything else good?
I don't click links from white names. You guys are untrustworthy.
Untrustworthy. Sorry, I'm pushing my luck right now.
Wow. This is great content, Dan.
I'm about to get myself banned, and I'm gonna listen. I'm pushing my luck. I'm about to get banned, and then we're going full anti-fan. Okay, I will be the most powerful. Everything I said, I want you to forget about it. If things don't turn out the way that I want to very quickly, okay, that's all I'm gonna say. So we may just instantly become an anti-fan. Okay, and we will be the largest anti-fan community. Civil War.
Yeah, on Irrelevant stream? Okay, so he went on Irrelevance and J-Stalk stream because I saw that Irrelevant was apparently on J-Stalk stream with Mr. Girl.
Okay. Who's this demon time person? What? What did he say? Oh, Destiny's here. Oh, the Jacob guy? Yeah, he went fucking... He was not a fan. Okay. Okay. What? Okay. No more to hear. Fuck you guys. Kick chat, superior chat. But let me see. Kick.com/anything else. Wait, no, I don't need this. I have it right here. Right, I'm retarded. Okay. Stop with the anti-fan stuff. All of DGG enemies want us to implode. Yeah. I know. And those that are weak enough to go are good. You ever seen the movie 300? Where there's like 20 Spartans versus all of Persia?
How does that work out for the Spartans? I'm trying to remember.
That's what needs to happen. There's not enough space for 20,000 people on that little cliff area. Okay? There's only enough space for true warriors. We need the weak links. Like remember the hunchback guy that was trying to go over the hill and sell him out? That's actually me right now, unless I get what I fucking want. I am gonna go deliver the goods direct.
Wait, he sounds like he's threatening to fuck over Destiny. What does he want though? What is it after the night he crashed out? Dan did his own. Yeah, this is his own stream. Then he went to J-Stalk. I saw that. That's the one with Irrelevant and Mr. Girl. Then he went on Irrelevant. All night long crash out.
The other side immediately. Oh man. It's supposed to be really hot here also. Okay. Why doesn't Destiny do video game streams with no commentary? I don't think he's very good at games anymore, to be completely honest with you. He's fucking old. You know what? The real thing, like a lot of you don't know this. He told me once. Whatever. I'm gonna get in trouble for telling you guys. I don't give a shit.
He's old.
The real reason that Steven stopped playing video games was not that like it was fucking his viewership, because he's never cared about that. It wasn't that people want him to do anything else or he's interested in politics. I swear to God, he told me that the reason that he stopped playing video games, and he's like, I've gotten old and I'm not good at them anymore, and I can't keep up with Zoomers. That I couldn't fucking believe it. Like I know it sounds funny, but he was like, I'm not good. I'm not good at games anymore. That was it. And I thought it was pretty funny to do that. Like to say it. Like I would never say that about myself because I'm a master in Rust. Yeah. But you know. Sorry.
It declines. Should we watch further into the decline? Oh no, is he's gonna show Cholima? Is this gonna be Cholima? No, wait, this isn't Cholima. This is just
on here. This is wild to me. The Twitch apocalypse can be summarized with this video.
Happy birthday to you. Yes. Yes. I'm making it in. I'm in. I only get the last quarter, but I'm good with it.
The fuck?
Happy birthday.
Oh, this has got to be June the King's new video, right? Is that what this is?
Bro, we're never beating the Hassan runs Twitch allegations after this. This is crazy. The most rabid Redditors just clip this and they're going to use this permanently to be like, see, I told you, he's got banning powers.
Happy birthday, dear Hassan.
This is crazy.
Quote, not a gamer himself, Clancy mostly watches musicians or talk shows on Twitch. He particularly enjoys leftist political commentator Hassan Piker, who has 2.5 million followers of the platform. Unlike the frankness and bluntness, Clancy said, he's comfortable saying what he believes. Unquote. While it may be nice to be more personable as a CEO at a company like Twitch, Hassan, like many others, understood in that moment there needs to be a line. YouTube, for example, is often seen as incompetent, because in many ways, YouTube is. It appears to favor certain creators above others because in some ways it does. But the important part is, the creators and viewers can attribute YouTube's decisions as incompetence rather than bias. We don't know if a creator is banned or barred from monetization through a decision from a lower-level employee or the YouTube CEO themselves. This is by design. The company needs to be obscure and unreachable to a degree to avoid perceived bias. Tom Clancy, the CEO of Twitch, may just like a...
Are you fucking shitting me?
Did you say Tom Clancy?
Tom fucking Clancy?
He said Tom Clancy. There's Tom Clancy, chat. We have Tom Clancy at home.
Oh, I think we've done kind of enough time here.
So wait, is it right at the end, WB? Is that where I should watch? Or before the June the King react?
Yeah, you guys should go watch the video directly. Hold on. Let me grab this. Okay. Listen. Do me a favor, because we watched this guy's video, okay? And we did it. Do me a favor. Watch his video. Give it an upvote. Right? Throw it up. Give it an upvote. It helps it out. Get more views. Let's help this guy out.
Please, let's brigade this video so more people see Hassan Bad Tent.
Why shouldn't they? They did decent work, and I think that it would be I think it's good to put this stuff together.
I've seen most of the good clips.
I mean, especially the part about it wasn't AI slop, because the part that they found out about, especially the brothel stuff. Fuck, I didn't even know that. The parts about there was multiple shit and all that type of stuff.
There was multiple shit at the brothel. Did you know that there was multiple shit at the brothel?
Say that I hate Hassan, honestly. Just those specific things. Because again, you have to realize, like, when it comes to Hassan and those guys, they're evil. So there's no tactics off the board.
There we go. There we go. Lie, cheat, steal, whatever you need to do. Because Hassan is evil.
For someone like that. And they feel the exact same way about me, right? They feel the exact same way about anyone that does anything. That's why they...
We know what options Dan chooses in the prisoner's dilemma.
They'll do anything. They'll clip you out of context. They'll clip you in context, and then add it and splice it with another thing to make it look worse. It literally just...
Jeez, where have I seen that before?
You know, it is what it is at the end of the day. Like, I remember I started a company 15 years ago, and...
Oh, he's talking about the tiny chat.
Had a holding company of Diddy put in like 25K out of a $3 million round.
Just like TYT being like, look, was Peter Thiel involved in Polymarket? I don't know. Maybe.
Never met the guy. Came on my site for 5 minutes one time, and that was it. And they tried to use that. So there's like, you know, to them, that's fair game. I respect.
Wait. You know, what's the deal with the tiny chat though? I read somewhere that people were that people could use it to like locate a child or something. Like there was something about how it was set up where like people could literally use it to like groom.
What? It is fair game for you guys. Go all out on the Diddy stuff. I think you should. That's fair game. And I need you to do that so that I can keep doing what I'm doing in the same way. Yeah, that's it. On that. This, as a reminder, this is a anything else stream. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave the VOD up for like 2 or 3 hours.
Spoiler, he did not. Oh, he left it up for 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, he took it down.
More, and then privating it.
He said before that he would leave it up. He said that JStall could, didn't need to stream snipe him because the VOD was going to be up.
They'll go up on the Patreon. For those who came in early on, I'm sure you want an answer at the end here, so I'm just gonna say it. How do I put this in a way that's like
He keeps on doing that noise. It's like worse than the Tim Allen thing. It's worse than the
I disavow everything Destiny did. Think he did really gross, fucked up shit. It was, inexcusable. If it like, I have no reason to believe it's not true. It's bad shit, but I'm also not leaving. Because I think that he's a better person. He's changed, and I think he has good things to offer to the world. And just like you guys would say that someone can be reformed out of prison and contribute more to the world.
Would those guys say that? I don't know if they would.
Destiny's gonna have a lot of punishment for the shit that he did. That's a fact. He may be, who the fuck knows what's gonna happen to him. It's like, he has people threatening to sue him.
Tiny Chat was like Facebook for kids, and apparently PDFs. Yuck. Diddy and Ashton Kutcher providing funding for the app, but Dan claims he never was in contact with them.
People saying they're making police reports. Who knows? It's gonna be.
Well, look, I don't think anybody's claiming that Dan is like, doing what is they called like Dan is, at P Diddy's house, like victimizing people.
Crazy. That said, he's my friend. Been my friend for 15 years. I don't want to say I'm ride or die, but in this case, like, you know what? Like, I'm here, and I believe he's a better person. If I didn't believe he was a better person, I wouldn't be ride or die. But I know that he is, and I know that he feels incredibly bad.
Freak-offs. Thank you, Shower Chat. Yes, freak-offs.
And yeah, that's it. So I ain't going nowhere. But with that said, my heart does go out to.
Your heart goes out. You're really gonna say that after that's become a Nazi dog whistle.
We're fucked up over this whole situation that didn't deserve it. At the end of the day, they did not deserve to have that shit happen to them, and it's fucked up. It really is, and it sucks that we're here in this situation.
Oh wait, Dana's out. Dana's fucking out. He was saying shit earlier, where he was like, it sounded like he was joking, but it was kind of like that Schrodinger's douchebag where you don't know if he's joking or not. And he was saying, look, if I don't get what I want, I'm going to be that hunchback Spartan that goes over the hills and sells them all out to the Persians. That's going to be me. He's like, I'm going to become an anti-fan really quick.
I don't know. There's not much else I can really say as far as all this goes. Will you and J-Stock still be cool after his takes on your comments tonight? What is his takes on my comments? Hold up 1 second here, because I need to know what my takes are. What this guy. Hold on a second. Are we react streaming right now? Hold up. Hold on. He has been unhinged. Where? Because I thought we were fine. Maybe we're not fine now. Hold up. Where? Shitting on me? What?
So is this where he finds out about the J-Stalk stream or the...
Something about leaking a threesome? What? With who? Who would the threesome? I mean, I'm guessing Destiny, but who else? Oh, me and my wife. Yeah, nice. So where am I getting shit on exactly? So I can just let me just pull this up and see exactly if this is the case.
Is that Don Johnson's jacket?
If the fucking bridge is actually open. I don't even know why I would do this. I've been nothing but fucking nice to this guy. Let's see.
Who's he talking about? Anybody know? Who's the guy that he's been nothing but nice to?
His VOD. He's shitting on you live. Oh. Well, I'm not going to watch his stream live. That's bad. They uploaded a video on YouTube. You know what? I'll make my own judgment later. I'm not going to say anything right now. But, yeah. Listen, I made my statement. I already have reached out publicly, or not publicly, privately, to Pxie, privately to Cherry, saying that I'm sorry. And this whole situation is fucking disgusting and fucked. And I don't even think Destiny wants, for anyone watching this and like that's thinking like, yeah, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna defend Destiny. Don't defend him. He didn't do anything good. He's a fucking retard that he did this shit. This is like really gross, bad.
It's a weird way to characterize it. There's a lot I could say about Destiny based on what he did. That is not
behavior, and it shouldn't be excused. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't know that he fucked up, and he's going to deal with the consequences of it. And I still think he has better things to offer the world that is going to counter like the insane shit that's going on right now. And I'm not going to fucking throw down one of the only people that's like a reasonable political take.
So after this, he does end up throwing down that one guy, that one most important, that one edgy boy messiah.
Doing stuff out there. Like, what are you going to leave me with? Fucking Hassan?
Yes. An NCC. That's right, Dan.
No, I'm not going to do it. I don't care. Don't defend him. Is what he's done.
You're gonna be making websites on my enemies.
Defend it. As far as he says he fucked up, which he did in his statement, and he's gonna pay the price for it. But moving forward, I'm not gonna like double punish him for it. His punishment is the friends he's lost. The punishment is everything that's going to happen to him financially, everything else. Those are the punishments. And all that shit is there. I'm not adding to it. That's it. So yeah, are you not going on JStalk stream? No, I don't think so.
I think he did go. He did go on on JStalks.
I think I'm done. I gotta move out of this place, get all my shit together, and go. But I'm packing, and then I don't know if I'll do any more streaming stuff like that. We'll see. Maybe not. Destiny will harm any political movement he'll be involved with. Good. Maybe then he should get involved with, hardcore right-wing shit. How about that? You didn't think about that. You didn't think that he could harm that movement, did you? Because you're stupid. It's a genius move that only he could pull off. Okay? That's how it is. Well, anyways, are you in a hotel? Yeah, I'm in a hotel, but I gotta check out. So, he's calling you a hypocrite? Whatever. Yeah. I ride or die for my friends. Sorry. I'm not friends with Dr. Disrespect, so I'm not ride or die with him. So, yeah, that would be the difference if I was like
Dr. Diddler. You're only friends with DGG. Diddy G.
Yeah.
With Destiny. Wait, he found out about Google Drives for the first time? What do you mean?
I don't think that like I want to drag this out forever.
He's never heard of Google Drives?
Basically speaking, I don't think it needs to be. I think this is kind of the end. The people that have left have left. The people that have stayed have stayed.
Wait, do you mean they had like a dossier on him waiting?
Stuff will happen behind the scenes or in front of the scenes as far as whatever the fuck's going to happen with the women and Destiny. And that'll be it. I don't know if we'll know about it or anything else along those lines. But yeah, I think things will be yeah. Yep. You look great today. Thanks. As I said, I still have to
You didn't know that Destiny was sending Rose Google Drive links? Jeez.
decide if I should trim the beard. It's pretty long right now. I probably got a solid ½ inch. Don't clip that out of context, please. I think I should go back down to less. It's very right now. So, okay. God, these fucking questions. You're cool with him hiding his phone to record it and share with fangirls. No, you dumb fucking retard and everyone else there that's fucking listening. I'm not cool with it. I think it's fucked up and I think he should pay for it and he fucking will. I'm just not abandoning him because I'm his friend with him and I think he's a different person now. That's it. Is that hard to understand? Is that hard to understand? Are you guys too stupid to put that together? Is that it? No, I'm not cool with it. I think it's bad. Okay? And he's fucked because of it. Not only is he currently fucked because of it, he's fucked on other stuff because of it.
So wait, is that what made him change his mind on Destiny?
That's it. What do you think? Do you think what Dr. Disrespect did was worse? Yes. There you go. Wow. Soy. Unbelievable. Don't concern troll me. I am the master concern trolling. I've been concern trolling since before you were born. But you're cool with Destiny collabing with Sam Hyde and Fuentes. Oh yeah, I love them collabing. They're so good. I'm definitely cool with that. You guys are the worst concern trolls ever. You know what you guys remind me of? You guys remind me of people that have new leafs in a very hot chat that I know of, okay? Not good. You're
What?
2 out of 10. Get your fucking game up, okay? Get your concern troll game up. Do better. Pathetic.
Is this some kick thing? I have no idea.
Dan, why do you hate women?
There we go. There's the anything else. I forget who made this. I feel like I remember hearing who put together the opening / ending of anything else. But anyway, chat. It's a good time as any to thank my Patreons. And I'm very appreciative to my Patreons. You keep my head above water, and I appreciate that from you. Everybody on my Patreon, you get access to the videos when they come out. Before they come out, you get the early access. If you're signed up on my Patreon, if you're signed up at the $5 level or more, you get a fancy shout out. So fancy shouts out for or else ellipsis. Shouts out to Tracy Eva. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Ma Goggles. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. I am going to raid the Twitch people into Echoplex Media, and I'm gonna get to sleep because I'm about to fall over here. Oh my god, chat. I streamed for 5 hours and 14 minutes. It's gonna be 15 minutes. By the time we're done, chat, it's gonna be 15 minutes. Thanks to the mods. Thanks for keeping us safe tonight. Appreciation for all the support. And even if that support just takes the form of you hitting that thumbs up, hitting that like button, I appreciate that as well. Don't underestimate your power as Thumb Gang. If that's what you can contribute, I appreciate your thumb. God, this is a perfect look. We caught him in the moment, right? That's Dan. That's Landlord Dan right there. But yeah, it sounds like even he could not take the heat and eventually stopped sweeping for Destiny. So interested in how that came about tomorrow. We'll probably be talking about Ethan Klein. I assume the content nuke is coming out. There was a content nuke today from Ethan on Markiplier. Dude is like Markiplier's faking his voice. He's faking his voice. That's not his real voice. He doesn't talk that low. He's faking his voice. And it's all because somebody unfollowed Ethan on Twitter. Wait, what? Was it on? It must have been on Instagram. Ethan doesn't really unfollowed him on something. I think it was Instagram. Anyway, we'll check. We'll catch up with our good friend Ethan Klein tomorrow. And until then, much love, everyone, and good night.